evangelists that we talk about in startup challenges, rather than some inflated number of 10,000, 20,000 that are going to be hard to prove are they bots or all these other things. And then, yeah, those earnings sort of signal are often more important. Now, the other breakdown as well that they will be getting tested on, or not tested, but evaluated on, is pitch and presentation. So obviously they'll be pitching live in the semifinals. The strong pitch really communicates four things: the problem, the solution, how do you engage with it, and then most importantly, in our case, why blockchain, specifically Algorand, is the right fit. Because if you can, the point of it is not to just win a prize or build for a few weeks and then stop building. We want longevity and sustainable startups, and so it's very important that what you do is chosen with research. So does it actually enhance your business? Will it help you make more revenue? Will it be appreciated by the UI for your users and things like this? So yeah, having a lot of clarity, focus, and the founder's ability to explain their vision in a simple, compelling way, even if you're doing something super technical. You don't want the judges or somebody going through your pitch deck feeling like they're dumb. So breaking it down and making it simple to understand should be one of the key things. Finally, the proof of concept quality. We expect a functional prototype in the startup challenges that meaningfully integrates Algorand, whether that's maybe wallet connectivity, payments, transactions, maybe smart contracts, or something else that's core to your value proposition, not just randomly added in. The proof of concept should reflect what you have validated in your research, not just a feature dump, as I mentioned. So yeah, at this stage, the quality doesn't mean like polished or perfect UI. It it just means essential. It should highlight the core experience, demonstrate the real value, and show the team understands how to build towards a product market fit. So strong UX obviously helps communicate that idea, but functionality and relevance matters more for this specific evaluation section. So I'm nearly done now, but just wanted to showcase a little bit of the 2026 Builder Program overview. So we're looking to, of course, always broaden and support builders, especially if they're brand new into the space. As the Web3 space is not as old as many other industries out there in the traditional world, but the year will include multiple runs of Web3 master classes. We'll have two of them. Of course, the months may change, but we're hoping to do one in Q1 and then in Q3. And also the Accelerate program, there's Ron is there, so he's the expert to talk to in this, but that just gives continued opportunity and a pathway for teams and startups to grow more and get the support they need. We will also be having startup challenges, but we have not determined exactly when, so I thought it'd be better if we just leave it out of the slides for now. But of course, hopefully many of you are following the Algorand Foundation on socials or connected with the foundation members themselves, and you will then know exactly when it's on, because I think it's very important, even if you did not get through in this first batch, that's completely fine. I think the goal and opportunity is to continue growing, keep asking questions, keep getting research, and if you really believe in your project, like make it so that people cannot deny you. Have those users that are really saying that they need this service, they want this service, they're happy to pay for this service, and then you can only win in that way. So, lastly, our goal is to create an always-on ecosystem where builders can enter at any time and still find a structured path forward. Whether or not they need to leave for a hiatus and then come back, there'll always be a place. But to wrap it up, everything we do is designed to help founders and builders build solutions at scale on Algorand. So if you're building something, thinking about building something, feel free to reach out to myself. I'd love to directly support you as well. And thanks everyone. I hope you enjoyed the vibes in Berlin, whether you're tuning in online or in person. And if it's in person, make sure you enjoy the food. It's a pity I cannot be there with you, but thank you so much for having me online.
Thank you very much. So next, I'll give a word to Ram. Yeah, it just goes over here.
Ah, okay.
Do you want to need a slide or something?
No, it's fine. No slides. Hey everyone, thanks for being here. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, great. Hey everyone, thanks for being here, and congratulations on making it all this way. It's not easy developing a product and coming all this way to pitching on a stage. And if it's your first time, I really commend your skills and all the practice you've done so far. So I'm Ram. I work with Algo. I work in their ecosystem growth. So I run the accelerator and a part of ecosystem funding too. So we have this whole journey created for the builders who eventually want to become founders and then build a unicorn. So that's the end goal, right? Everyone wants to build a unicorn and then create a product that outlives themselves and their own uh, goals. So, but it's not an easy job. It takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of effort, and it takes a lot of mentorship. So we have the startup challenges and Web3 masterclasses when you're still young, when the product is still. It's a time for you to experiment, figure out what do you want to build, who do you want to build it to, and where do you want to find your users and onboard them. And once you figure out everything, that's when the accelerator comes in. And the way we did this accelerator is a little different from a typical accelerator. We've done many variations and we experimented quite a bit. And we realized in a typical accelerator, right? You apply for an accelerator and they select 10 teams and they run a 3-month program. And that's where you learn how to identify who's your target persona and then, identify your channels and how to get those users. We realized that this knowledge should be public knowledge. So we put everything into the startup challenges. So anyone can just join a startup challenge and learn how to onboard users, where to find them. And it's a very comprehensive 6-week program where you'll learn all the knowledge that a typical accelerator gives you so that everyone has an equal, level playing field. And after the startup challenges, you have pretty good, prize pool. That's a lot. It's for people who take the prize pool and experiment whatever they learn through the startup challenges and try to get some traction. And once you join the accelerator, it's very much, you have a very general knowledge, when you're doing startup challenges and Web3 master classes. But when it comes to the accelerator, you already have some traction. You need much more specialized mentorship. So if you're building something in payments, you probably need a payments mentor. A typical marketing mentor might not work out very well. Like, of course, they might, but you need someone who's working in payments marketing to help you get there. If you're working something in DeFi, you need someone who's there. So Accelerator is all about giving one-on-one specialized mentorship so that projects can get the best outcome. But also we support the founders financially. So the support during the accelerator is divided into 3 different phases. The first one is, of course, the integration fund. This is to ensure the products that you develop are usable by the users. It's up to the mark that you can go to market with it. And then you have the growth fund, which is focused on giving you some budget so that you can test out your marketing, identify the channels that you already identified. You can accelerate your growth through them. And at the end, what we have is venture bridge investments. These are small, safe investments. It could be 50 to 100K per team. It's mostly equity investments. We select few teams that are going through this accelerator, and then we support them with this funding round so that they can go for a proper fundraise round while a bridge round as they go for a proper fundraising round. So I'm really excited to see how many of you guys will eventually reach the point of venture bridge investments. And good luck. I'm really excited for today. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So next we have, I think we have Morris. Yes. Yes, please.
I think there's a couple of people that want to join the.
Yes, yes. Thank you. and please do take some drinks. There's some drinks, there's a bit of snacks throughout the event.
I'm sorry, do you have to connect to the internet or just...
You can connect to the internet if you want to.
But do you have to join the call or...
No, you don't have to. No. We'll see you anyway. The camera is recording you. Yeah, we see you.
Okay, should I sit or stand?
However you feel, great. We'll see you here or here. That's fine. So whatever is, like if you go past this line, probably won't see you. So.
That's the magnet, yeah?
Yeah. Just put it inside on one side. Should quickly play.
Okay.
Perfect.
I'll sit here if that's fine, so I can check the slides. Okay. All right. Thanks a lot for having me. I'm Moritz from Web3 Factory. I was quite happy to hear earlier when we talked about the mission of the Algo and Startup Accelerator Challenge that it's all about scaling. And I think that's a really good way to look at it, because when I joined Web3 in early 2020, it was a lot of hype, a lot of, big ideas and people spending money on ideas that didn't have any validation. So that's really much the same ethos which I joined Web3 at the time after working in strategy consulting. So today I'm going to talk a little bit about fundraising. I threw together a couple of slides that I've previously created that I think could be useful here. The focus is going to be fundraising, and I'm trying to not go too specifically into any particular niche or into any particular fundraising alley, but to kind of keep it high level enough so that it's valuable for everyone. If there's any questions in the meantime, just stop me. Really happy to make this interactive. And if anything doesn't make sense, just call us out. Quick intro about our team. So we're 8 people now. We have a co-working space in Berlin at the W3 Hub, and we help founders and sometimes also VCs to successfully fundraise in Web3 or to go to market. So most projects have a token, and usually they use that token to fundraise, amongst other things, hopefully not just for fundraising. And other projects just go to market directly or launch a token later on. So we work with both types of companies. These are some projects or companies that we've worked with. Some of them did fundraise very successfully. Some of them are still fundraising. You can see there's a broad range and different types of projects. Not all of them are up there, but we've worked successfully with quite a few. So to start, just as a really brief recap, and most of you are probably aware of that. So typically in traditional financing, how it works is you get institutional capital, you get investors, and they get equity in return, right? So the community and the users for the product or the service, they still exist, but they're not really that connected within the ecosystem. Now, in Web3, the story kind of changes because it's much easier to, it's very easy, in fact, to create a token. You can probably do that with a hashtag on Twitter or on Telegram with some bots these days. But that also means that fundraising or selling a token has become easier. So you can tap into retail as a source of capital, but also other institutional players that might be interested in a token investment or a mix of token and equity investments. Now, in this case here, this model, we just have tokens and not equity changing hands. the interesting part is that usually this enables the community and the users to be connected and be part of the process earlier on. So this can be great, but it also brings some problems with it, which I'm going to talk about in a second. And the main question is then, well, if I'm not getting equity, why would I buy the token in the first place? And that's actually a big part of what we did in the first year or two, was doing tokenomics for projects and founders that came to us like, hey, by the way, we raised, and like this is true stories, we've just raised 2 million. Now the investors want to see the tokenomics. We don't have them, right? So this brings us back to the question, why do you need a token? Again, this is the classical Web3 flywheel. It's like you create a token, you build a community, you tell the community if you use the product, you're going to get free tokens, then you have a lot of users, then you go to other investors and you tell them, look how many users we have. They don't know that they're all only there because they want to get an airdrop. And it's just, you know, a really self-compounding flywheel. So there are very useful elements to this, but it's not sustainable. So we came to the space pretty much really early on, and we tried to focus on the most serious projects we could find and help them build and raise and launch successfully. This is a high-level overview of what I mean, it never looks exactly like this, right? But this is like a typical pre-sale stage for a project that would do a token sale. So if you look at the activities, first of all, and that's also where we help, usually, first of all, strategy and positioning, having a really solid foundation and something useful to actually talk about and to build upon. Then work on the documentation. This could be tokenomics, white paper, website, user-facing dApp, depending on the kind of project you're launching and the stage you're at. And then usually community building, marketing, and fundraising. And the fundraising, we usually start with like a hypothetical TGE, so token generation event, if the project wants to launch their own token, for example, a utility token. And then we calculate backwards from that point. And normally we have a seed sale, which is like early investors, big discounts. Then we have the strategic sale, which is usually where you try to get in institutional investors like VCs, family offices, further angel investors, and then you have a community sale, or you sometimes just a public sale. Again, also the size of these sale rounds can depend and change with the market conditions, but that would be a typical approach. So you then have the last public round. And the public round is also a tricky topic because like the legacy of it is kind of like there was so much oversubscription for early token sales back in the day that you could almost sell at the price that you were launching. You did another round just to make sure people get in. Now projects do a public sale, but they haven't even sold out the rounds before that. So the playbook is really changing, and also the demands for project teams, how they have to present their project and how they should prepare for the different fundraising stages. Also the valuations at which they're launching have really changed. Do you have any questions so far?
Spending capacity.
What do you?
Early focus.
Oh, yeah, maybe it's worded a bit strangely. So in the early stages, we focus more on growing the community, on making sure it looks good. And later on, when a project wants to get funding or gain users, that's more the focus. So early on, you can target marketing, you can do like giveaways, you can do community quests just to make sure the channels look good and you get some traction. Because even for the conversion later on, for the like valuable conversion, when you want to gain members or potential investors from the community side, if your accounts look engaging, if there's real people there that actually talk about something, if you delivered some value to them early on, it looks better even for the more like, let's say, high value community members joining later on. So that's where the focus starts. And then usually we focus a bit later on conversion into users and retail investments. So the framework that I'm going to talk about, again, it's pretty high level and it's so simple. You might think it's stupid, but it really helps. It's like kind of a framework you can apply to almost anything in life. If you want to do something, you just start questioning in very great analytical detail, what are the steps to achieve that? So assuming this is it's a great project and it's a purely token-based fundraising, you want to make sure that people buy your token. How do you do that? Well, you either force them, which is not recommended, or you make them want to buy your token. Then how do you achieve that? You give them the information and the signal, I'll talk about the difference in a moment, that you think they will want to see, and that will create those emotions, desires to participate. And you have to make sure they actually see that. So these are the basic components, and I'm now going to walk through them, give some examples as well at the end. yeah, and if you have any questions, just feel free to ask. So we usually start, and some projects have this already. It makes a lot of sense to start with asking, who is my target group? Who will see my content? It's a very different story if you're targeting a family office that has never invested in a token before, or if you're targeting a so-called degen that's on Twitter all the time and you want 10,000 of them to spend $100 on your project. So know who you're talking to, and you can talk to everyone. One of the first things that, or like biggest mistakes kind of thing, is projects that are pretty good, but then they come to us and they have like a struggle raising funds or gaining momentum. They have like 10 different social media and community channels, and they try to talk to everyone, right? So this doesn't work unless you have a huge team doing content already. So try to focus, and the way to focus is to first understand who you're even talking to, who you're pitching to. Then establish the information pieces that you want that audience to see. So just to give you an example that maybe you might not think of when you think about crypto investments, let's say you're just targeting institutional investors that have never invested into crypto before. It sounds super niche, but there is enough money there to be invested in your projects if you just really double down on a particular niche. So in that case, you would say, okay, I want to target family offices that are new to crypto. Then you ask, what information pieces do I have to give them to get them interested? And for them, it's not like, okay, this is the most technically innovative project, and this is everything that's happening on the blockchain in the background. For them, it might just be, hey, look, we're a real team. Here's what we're building. This is why it makes sense. And you can really trust us to deliver as good as we can. And why does that work better, for example, with that investor group? Because, and we've seen this, and this has been a really interesting observation for us as well. There's a lot of capital ready to invest in crypto, but they just don't understand it. So for them, the most important part is actually to have trust in the team and to understand as much as they can, even if they have a very limited understanding. So some family offices, even they're willing to write off some money as losses just to be start getting in touch with the game, right? Because they realize, oh, maybe it's not all a scam, we need to get in. So just think about, who do you want to talk to? What's the kind of information you have to give to them? And if you want to go even deeper, what are the core motivators for those people, right? So that's the first kind of part of this framework that you want to establish. And here are some insights that we've gathered from different projects, right? This is quite focused on retail investing. So if you're promoting your project on Twitter, for example, just ask yourself, what makes you want to buy a token? What makes you want to be part of something? And that also applies when you try to get users. And then you can do a workshop with the teams, and you'll have 1,000 different notes, and you'll realize at the end of the day, if you abstract and you ask why, why do we really want that? Why are they interested in that? You will realize that there's usually a couple of core motivators that you always keep coming back to. And it's really helpful to be aware of those, because once you've established those, you can go to your website builder and say, hey, look, this is what we need to communicate. You can go to your social media team and say, hey, look, this is what we need people to understand, or what we want them to feel, right? So, of course, making money, it's the reason, especially on crypto Twitter, why a lot of people are there, but also access to project utilities. So if you have a token, first of all, you should have a business that makes sense, that can generate revenues in the future. And then you need to make sure that somehow also value accrues to the token. So we try to always make sure that there's a really strong connection between the usage of the product and the use of the token within that ecosystem. That's the whole reason, if you remember the first kind of design that I showed you, to actually get people willing to accept a token instead of equity. Ecosystem grows, people need more token, demand and supply, value goes up. Very important mechanism. Then supporting a cause or vision. This was quite interesting as well. In some cases, that's a reason for people to support a project, and being part of a community, especially in crypto, also not to be underestimated. But also here, a lot of things have really changed, because it used to be a lot of fake community engagement, just talking random shit, sorry for my language, on Telegram and Twitter and get on some whitelists. It has really changed. It's much better to have a smaller community with genuinely interested people. Now, the second part, I'm going to run through this a bit faster. How do we make sure people believe that information? Because if I tell you I have a token or an investment that's going to 10x, you have the information, but you're still not going to give me your money. Why? Because you don't believe me. So you need the information, but you also need some signal to make people believe that what you're telling them makes sense. How do you do that? You add proof and logic. So this is the market we're in. This is how the market is growing. And this is how we capture this market size. You add numbers. You show them the team's track record. You talk about, just things that you don't have to make people believe, but things that they know and things that they're going to believe from you. And then you add some more, and that's how you basically create trust. And just help convince them. Social proof. So if you have your friend and he's used the product and he said, hey, this is great, I actually enjoy using this, get a testimonial, put it on the website. If you have your first investors, even if you have to give them amazing conditions to get in, if they're like somewhat of a name, if they're a fund or an institution, put their name on the website, show some social proof. It really helps convince people, because people want to buy what others buy more than they want to make that decision themselves. And sometimes the fear of missing out is even greater than the desire to do really well themselves with an investment. So just be aware of these tricks. This is really going to help you. And here are some examples of this. So add proof and logic, add social proof, and also if you don't exaggerate it, but adding scarcity and urgency can really help, especially if you're working with retail. If you say this pre-sale is going to be open for the next 2 years, they're going to be like, okay, I'm going to check back in 2 years, and if it's almost sold out, I'm going to buy some. But if you tell them, hey, we've already moved on to the next round, the token price is now higher, we've already sold it out, 80%, now's your last chance to get in, even at the round before, because you were an early part of our community. It just has a certain ring to it, and as long as you're sticking to the truth, it's definitely something that you can use. And as I also showed you the different stages of fundraising, right? For example, what we do a lot is we try to keep the first round, we make it very attractive, we spend some marketing budget if the project has it on it, making sure the first one is closed, because then you have a success story that you can tell. You have momentum, right? And it's much easier to go to a VC and tell them, we've closed the first round already, and now is your last chance to get in, basically, in the major round where we get all the institutional partners in. Nobody wants to be the first, right? So take advantage of this staged approach, and that's probably going to help you create momentum as well. The last part, pretty easy. How do you make sure people actually see that information? So you have different channels at your disposal. I said it before, a big mistake is just being everywhere. Instead, focus on one channel. So this project I referenced earlier on that focused on just institutional raises, but with like kind of new to crypto, because they thought crypto, and they weren't wrong, that crypto funds were more difficult to get at that part in time in the market. They just went to actual events. They went to events, to typical like Web2 boring finance events, and they started connecting with people there. And they told them, this is what we're building. Didn't even mention the crypto part, but at the end they said, so we have this token, right? And it almost spread like a wildfire. Of course, it was a good project and it was competent people, but the channel was really, really narrow, and it still worked really well. And then of course you just have to execute on that. And before I jump to the examples, again, why do I put so much emphasis on this kind of structure of understanding first? What's the information, what's the signal, and where do we communicate it? I think a lot of founders, especially early on, think of it in kind of the wrong boxes. So it's like, okay, you're a founder, so you need to be on social media. You're a crypto founder, so you need a white paper. But it's like, okay, then you're in this white paper box, and then you go online and you're like, what do I need to put into a white paper? And you're going to have lists of features and a lot of stuff, that like a lot of information, which is factually correct. But everything that you do, the white paper, the social media, they have to serve a purpose. So you always should start with the purpose. What do you want to achieve? How do you achieve that? And why do you then use those channels that you're using? This like very simple shift helps you kind of align everything and measure success much more easily, and also to pivot much more easily. Because if you don't get any traction, but you're like, oh, I have the white paper, I have Instagram, I even have 10 other channels, what more do you want? It's like, yeah, you've done a good job at like ticking the boxes, I have all this, but that's not your main goal. So that's kind of the hierarchy I'm trying to get across here. Now, if you have any questions, let me know. Otherwise, I have 3 examples to run through. Am I okay on time? Okay.
Question.
Yeah.
You said you are based your Web3 factories in W3 Hub in Kreuzberg.
Yes.
And I wasn't there for a couple of times, for a bit of a time, but isn't there the super team based?
Yes, so Solana does a lot of hackathons. Their base is there. Probably Algo is probably also there sometimes. I don't know about the different event spaces, but a lot is going on there. Yeah.
So you are just also there.
Yeah, so it's a co-working space, and sometimes a part of the co-working space is used for events or hackathons. So what they do, sometimes they just rent out one floor of the 3 different floors in the building, and they host it for a couple of months. Yeah, yeah. So this is a project that kind of did everything, or that's still doing everything. So it's a crypto credit card, to keep it really simple, and a broad audience, so institutional investors, retail investors as well, and kind of the whole big deal that you want to do here. So what we did, first of all, we didn't niche down too much. We said, okay, we have a broad audience. We need to give them the information they want to see. So pretty broad, pretty big team behind the project. And of course, we said a broad retail audience is interested in making short-term money. Institutional investors are more interested in getting a long-term positive return. And then we have some people that are genuinely interested in the space. So different kind of informations that we catered to all these groups. So we placed many different cues in terms of the part, how do you make people believe this? I showed you this screenshot. So if you type the project into Google, you have dates, you have numbers, you have the cities there. It's hard facts. It makes things way more believable than starting with, we're revolutionizing this industry by merging A with B, right? It's like you read it, you don't know what's going on. So you have numbers and proof there. Then you have social proof. The founders or actually the CEO's face there. You have a video which really helps create trust and not make it anonymous. Then you have the social channels here, but you also have more social proof, for example, through a PR article that's here that doesn't look salesy, and through a Hacken audit, which again is a third-party social proof. And then, for example, when you work with content creators, as you see here, a lot of projects just like, they throw money at them and they're like, do your thing. It's so stupid. It's the biggest waste of money. Like, what we do is, first of all, long-term contracts. They have to really believe in a project, understand it before they promote it. If they talk about it, we give them something to talk about. Like, okay, this is the mock-up of the project, or here's a PR article that you can go through in your video. So again, it's like social proof and making things more believable by just being a little more smart, I would say, even though it's not that hard. This project, really interesting, very narrow target audience. It was very educational. The founders came to us and they said they want to promote free media around their profiles. So all we had to do in terms of the narrative that we wanted to bring across was to put the founders center stage, to put the mission center stage, which is why I said earlier, sometimes people invest in projects because they want to support them. And this worked perfectly. And also very, very narrow channels. So clear, small target audience, like people interested in free media and in the founders. Then how do we make people believe it? The social focus on social proof and just around the founders, just completely around credibility. And for the channels, very limited. So we only had the project website, YouTube, and Spotify. And they did incredibly well. They raised 300K, just as like they called themselves a donation token to not get into any regulatory gray zones. People were super happy to participate, and the token actually did almost a 10x after launch, and it's still doing very well. So that's a nice example for a niche. This is another one where we focused purely on the institutional side. Almost no Web3 investors, almost all Web2 investors that were really happy to, dip their toes in and invest in a Web3 project for the first time in their lives. What we had to communicate with them was all around trusting the team, clarity, good due diligence, having a strong data room, because they have to check the different boxes when they analyze a project in a very different way than a Web3 person probably would. and also very narrow channels. This was almost only networking and code outreach on events. Yeah, so I think it was a lot, but yeah, that's it from me. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out. I think we're short on time now, so maybe later or during the pizza break. Yeah, thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can I take your microphone?
Oh.
Thank you very much. Okay, and next we'll have Jana.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bye. Oh, yeah. So, hi everyone. Thanks for having me here. Um, who am I? I'm Jana, head of Heart, and option number one, a senior design brand executive with experience in a fintech where free branding, positioning, marketing, boring and no benefit and no use case. Option number two, I simply do brands and I take messy startup house and trying to turn that into clear brands that people fall in love with. And I have some proof of stake, let's say, reasons to believe, whatever. And I collected few slides regarding the storytelling, how to do that, how to create the stories, and how to think about this positioning and storytelling that we all need. A lot of startups that I worked with have one shared big problem. And early, all the stage doesn't matter, all the same. No clear positioning, no real deep understanding of the users and their needs and their pain points, no emotional connection, and no narrative. So basically, usually tech startups love to talk about their features, but not about the meanings and not about, they like, sometimes we simply forget to think a little bit more about the users and their needs and how to reach them with our product. So I like the framework to think about positioning and storytelling with this simple metaphor. Imagine your product as a man going on a date. So you are looking for a partner and you have your type, that's your target audience. And you make some assumptions about their type to fit the expectation, to fit there with your positioning, let's say. And you want to make a good impression, so that's your branding. And then it's very important to pick the right target audience because they're all different. We cannot win the market, position our product for everyone. We will not find anyone there. So what to do? 3 simple steps. Choose the target audience, make an assumption, and pick the right suit, outfit, place to meet, story to tell, how to approach. And yeah, sometimes it doesn't work. It's no market fit, and it's not because the product is wrong or the tech is bad. Sometimes that's the product, the team was not able to identify the target group and to communicate their benefits and what they have there to offer to this target group. So we have features, and as a founders, we love our features, and we can endlessly talk about them all. But unfortunately, that's our angle, right? The angle of our users, that's the benefits and meanings. Okay, why it's matter and why I should care what it gives to me. Nobody wakes up thinking, oh, I need another feature. So the positioning, that's a clear place in someone's mind, in our user's mind. So we win or lose in the mind of a customer long before they even try our product. To achieve that, simply 4 questions to answer. Who exactly it is for? Everyone, that's not a solution, that will not work. What problem or desire we are solving there? What's the user pain, need, how urgent it is, what emotions we can put there in this soup, what category we are in. So a clear understanding of the market and the competition, and what makes us the only best or something. So to differentiate our product from others. And one of my favorite books is Blue Ocean Strategy, to order from Amazon. The second thing to keep in mind, that's really cool to start with the customer. Plus, that's a second book recommendation for today. Kotler on marketing, that's a Bible, let's say. Segmentation, targeting, positioning, your suit. Check the target group and clarify who exactly it is for. What for everyone, once again, doesn't work. Why them first? What are their insights, pain, and needs? And position yourself. Pick the right suit. What do you want them to think about you? And the third book, that's Positioning Formula from Riot and Trout. Simple framework, let's say, to put together for whom we are building, what is the need there, and how we help this particular group with our product. And it's always good to have some reason to believe. For example, good stuff. For design teams who want to work collaboratively, Figma is a cloud design tool that lets everyone work in real time because it runs in the browser with multiple editing. Created by designer for designers. Pretty simple and straightforward. Bad stuff. Buzzword wallet. AI-powered, MPC-based, quantum-ready, multi-chain, and easy to use for everyone. In other words, it's fast wallet for nobody. My stuff. How I use this formula, let's say. For Bitvala wallet, we created the clear segmentation with the pain points. So the result sounds like this. For Bitcoin pragmatists who have been burned, we rebuilt the crypto wallet the right way to let them safely use their Bitcoin because we have experienced the same. Or another example. Previously, once I had the startup, it didn't It didn't fly, let's say, but the brand and positioning and the target audience was right. To all the expats, immigrants, and digital nomads, we are here to help you find the common language with authorities, doctors, and business partners all around the globe. Book a remote interpreter for your meeting now. So clear audience, clear need, clear solution. And when it comes to tell the story, I usually trying to cut that to keep it simple into 3 pieces. Cool to have the problem, the solution, and the magic gift. So what is the pain there that destroys your customer life? How your product transform the situation, and why you? For example, in this product, the problem, that's a funny example, not from Web3, from the real world. All the females know that in the stockings we have 2 problems. You always break one, and it's hard to put on. So why not to sell free in the pack and pre-rolled? And no, nobody ever thought about, okay, I need some tool to help me during this process. No, that's our work there to identify this like pain point and to try to solve that. That was the evolution of Bitwala wallet from this broad positioning for nobody, freedom of transaction, very broad about nothing, to very clear positioning, target audience for Bitcoin pragmatists, and with some catchy, boldy headlines to build the emotional connection with the brand. So when it comes to final execution, I usually write that down and then trying to cut and then to cut and then to cut until it's clear. For example, Stripe, they are on air for years with the simple payments for the internet. Okay, now they added here infrastructure, but it doesn't matter. It's still like payments for the internet. They never ever put there any complications, multi-currency payment processing for this or that developer-centric tool. No. And it's clear and simple to the point that even your granny will get that. Okay, internet. I know this internet. They don't accept my bargeld. This is a payments for the internet. That might be helpful. That's a market fit. That's a audience that understand the benefit of the product and the positioning itself. So my checklist is cool to have it very simple. So everyone will understand what you're doing, for whom, how you will achieve that, and why. So thank you. Viel Spaß. Heart me on the LinkedIn.
Thank you very much. That was a very nice presentation. I'll keep it simple but sweet. And we'll start now our pitches. Thank you. So first we'll have a part of pitches which is online. So we currently have 4 teams. So I think we have now, yeah, we have 4 teams online, and we will be trying to squeeze more teams if we have more time. So we have allocated 15 minutes for each team, but maybe we can also squeeze a bit more teams. So first of all, we'll be going Armando Medina. So he's one of the most prolific hackers you have known. Has participated in 100 hackathons. A short pitch for him. Yeah, and please, Armando, whenever you're ready, please feel free to start.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, let me try to share my screen. I have a cute presentation.
Okay, great. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so we'll have the rules are quite simple. So for all the pitches, we have a 5-minute cutoff. After that, we have 3 minutes for a Q&A. And then we have any comments. So the judges will give out their scoring and also give their comments on the pitches.
Okay,
So
let me know
please.
when I can start.
Yes, you can go now, whenever you're ready.
Perfect. So I'm presenting Algo AI. It's a AI platform powered by AI. So I'm going to talk a little bit about myself. You already gave a little bit of introduction. So I've been programming for a very long time. I'm fairly new in Web3, but I did a lot of training with online bootcamps and hackathons. I finished this year with 100 live version, you can scan it very quickly because I only have a little bit of time. And the live version looks like this. You can connect either Pera or Lute. Pera was giving me some issues, so now I use Lute. Here you can see. Oh, wait. Sorry.
You have 15 more seconds.
Yes. Yeah. So, no. Okay. I'm sorry. The demo works. You can mint an NFT. You can see your NFT minted. You can create a collection as well. But now I'm out of time. But I tested it like a few minutes ago, so you can do it. So thank you very much.
Thank you. So, judges, would you like to give any questions?
Hi, thanks a lot, Armando, for the presentation. I have one question. So, you know how a lot of NFT generation or NFT collections are collections of, like, for example, PFP style, 1,000 items where something changes, like a different hat, different eyes, different accessory, things like that. Is something like that possible with your platform, or are you limited to like 100 NFTs that look the same or 100 different pictures that you upload? Just curious about that functionality, if it exists or maybe if it's planned for the future.
For now, the platform works like you put a prompt and it will mint the NFT that you're prompting. I'm guessing that you can say to the prompt that create 100 different images and mint them. That will not be an issue because it's mainly using AI. So you will tell it, okay, create a cat, cute cat, anime style, video style. I love cats, as you can see. And then put different features like you have to be a bit specific on what you want to change, but there will not be an issue right now, not, but it can be integrated very easily.
Thank you.
I like the product, Armando. But how's it related to the? I mean, but the pitch deck. If I look at the pitch deck, it feels like a pet marketplace.
Sorry.
No, I mean it's sort of pitched
Branding.
us, right? So I think branding is very important for you. Maybe try to change the pitch deck to make it look a little more neutral, but you can keep the Degen style, or you can pick the branding that you like, but maybe less noise on the pitch deck, less less written text, and try to show what you're doing more rather than putting text on the pitch deck. I think that will be really important. But I really like the product though. Thank you.
Hi. So I liked some of the features you were mentioning and the functionality, including the IPFS integration, which is definitely needed. Storage is tricky, and the easier you can make that for your clients, the better. I would say for the roadmap, I'd like to see a little more detail. It felt a little bit broad, and I'd like to see a little bit more on the numbers side. What you had very broad target audience and target use. So I'd like to see size of marketplace, some numbers there that shows where you're going to fit and what's your differentiator. But overall, good. Thanks.
Thank you.
Well, yeah, I would also keep that a little bit more brandy and simple. And maybe to use the Kawasaki structure or some framework to design the pitch.
Do we do the judging now or later?
Yes, I think now. Yes, let's do the judging now.
Final scores.
Yes, final. Yeah. So, Armando, thank you for your pitch. The judges will give us a score. one member, right? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think so.
We
We'll
also
give
do
them.
the comment or only the
Yes,
members?
please comment. That would be great. I think the comments are the most useful, actually.
You guys want to start?
I will give you pass the microphone. So I think Christina.
We start at the left or?
Sure. I give it a 20 overall. Adding in, I think it needs work. I got a sense of where you're going, but I think it needs a little more prep for this level of a pitch.
I'm giving it a 42 because most of the points are in the POC and Algorand integration. That's the major, point bank view. But in the other areas, I think it needs to be a little bit more work and to make it better. But thank you.
Okay, thank you. So what I think is great is that you have something to show that you have an MVP. I think that's great, so everybody can use it and you can start getting feedback, and I think that's a great foundation. I think the functionality doesn't blow me away, so I think right now there are other solutions, and this one is very simple. So for the future, I think I would either add more functionality, like maybe you can, like what our customers, for example, used to ask for is, okay, how can I use the NFT? Can I integrate it into my shop? What can I do with it? So one direction to add some special features, make it more functional, or maybe to find a niche where just like the simplicity of this is the USP. So maybe a POAP at an event, people can scan a code and can directly just mint an NFT, and it's super simple. And the simplicity maybe is what makes it special. So overall, I think for me, it doesn't blow me away yet in terms of like product market fit. But I really like that you have something built already. So I'd give it, well, between 50 and 60. I'll go with 60.
Yeah, thank you for the MVP. And the idea is great, though the pitch deck was not clear for me. I mean, the structure and why the product will meet the end user. What is the competition there for me? For instance, is not that clear. But over 60, I would say as well.
Okay, thank you very much. So now we have a next pitch from Castle Finance. Yes, so that would be Valery Birechuk from Castle Finance. Oh, yes, and I'm sorry. Sorry to say, I didn't forgot to say that for Armando. Thank you very much for pitching and for participating. Armando was direct now in Belarus. He's like on a connection there. So thank you very much. So Valery, are you ready? Yes,
Yep.
great, perfect.
You hear me well, yeah?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Okay, so let's just put our timer. So okay, well, you can start whenever you're ready.
Sure. I'll start a little bit. Hi, I'm Valery from Castle Finance. We are building the permissionless financial operating system designed for the digital economy, serving both humans and AI agents. We surveyed 300 SMEs and freelancers, and the consensus is clear. Modern finance is too slow and too expensive. Half of these businesses are losing money on high exchange rates. 40% are exhausted by switching between banks and crypto wallets just to get paid. And, simply put, managing cross-border money is costing them time and profit. Castle solves that with a non-custodial app that bridges Web 2 and Web 3. We provide unified USD and euro accounts with instant and free global transactions. You can onboard using cash or crypto or your bank account, spend it instantly via our Visa card, and earn 3% APR on idle funds through connected DeFi protocols, specifically Volks Finance. It works for freelancers today, and it's built to support AI agents tomorrow. Our revenue acts as an aggregator tied to usage, not expensive subscriptions. We take a 10% commission on generated yields, small fees on fiat to crypto ranking, and fees for card issuance. We align our growth with our users' liquidity. When they grow, we grow. While competitors fight over the compliance-heavy custodial market, we're utilizing the Web3 non-custodial model. This significantly reduces our overhead and burn rate. It it allows us to sell into 25 million combined markets of freelancers and agencies, makes a better UX, not just clunky enterprise tools. And we are moving quite fast. We have already launched the app and onboarded our first users. Our strategy is direct sales in key European hubs. By early 2026, we will hit about 2,000 active users and roll out our AI-powered B2B pilots. We mostly focus on expats in the Union at this moment. And we have quite a track record to deliver this. Our team previously built a social app from 0 to 3.5 million users in UAE and raised over 11 million for an L1 in Switzerland. We are venture studio owners building the exact tool that we need for our own business with the legal and tech expertise to execute. Now let's proceed to the demo presented by our tech lead, Dennis.
Hi everyone, Castle is designed for hands-off earning. Upon deposit, your funds are automatically deposited into Fox Finance to generate yield. What's cool is that yield is compounding every block on the Algo blockchain. To ensure easy access, the app integrates with popular Web2 login methods. You can see me signing in with my Apple ID and their support for both email and Google authentication. Once logged in, the user will be able to see their balance, APY, and quickly access the deposit and withdrawal functions, confirming that Castle sponsors transaction fees for critical operations. For security and control, Castle enforces self-custody. To confirm that you, the user, are the sole owner of your funds, you can export your private key for recovery at any time. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. So
That's
is
the end of the demo.
oh, okay, great. Oh, okay. So thank you very much for your presentation. Or is there going to be a demo?
Thank you. Yeah, that was the demo, and I mean it's live. You
Yeah.
can actually try and use it.
Mhm. Perfect. So thank you very much. Then I'll give.
Thank you for the great presentation, Valerie. Valerie, I think the pitch deck was great. The problem, it's an emerging problem definitely, and the team also looks great. I had just few comments on the app itself. App feels very. It feels a lot of things. It looks like there are a lot of things on the app, because when you look at when someone opens the app, there should be only one thing that you want the user to do, and what is that thing? Because right now, if you look at the app, the homepage, it feels like there are 4 different things that you want users to do: follow you on X and withdraw and receive. Yeah, and there are 2 more things like join your community. So I think what would be really helpful is clearing up the homepage and just have like 1 or 2 actions on the homepage related to the problem that you're solving with the app. It could be receive, withdraw, send, and that's all. And then you can put everything else like joining your community at a different page, just so that user knows what is the first action you want them to do, and then they reach the time to value quite fast. And I think that's very important if you're doing a product-led approach with your product, right? But yeah, I think great product, just needs some tweaking on the homepage and product itself.
Yeah, thank you. The main thing that we want our users to do is, of course, to deposit funds and earn yield. So we'll outline that in the app.
Yeah, I think it would be also important to mention that we have 2 front ends for the app at this moment, which are working on 2 different networks, and we're actually in some way A/B testing with them. So we're constantly serving all of our clients, everyone who's actually using the app is providing feedback to us, and we're trying, to tweak both to find the sweet spot which works the best.
Of course, it's always important to listen to the users.
Hi. So great feedback on the structure of the deck. I got a very good sense of your team. You've got a really nice bench there. You've got good experience. I liked that you had your market sizing was there. You had your challenges there. You had your differentiated there. So I'd say each step of the way, I felt confident that you were putting together a good storyline. Small feedback, I would not use. So your website looks good, very clean, nice UI. Same with the app, very simple. I like that. I'd move away from the grid framework design on the homepage. It looks like Algorand, and you want to have something that's a little bit separate and unique to you. And you also eventually want to go cross-chain. So don't align yourself too closely. Of course, we want to see your integration with Algorand, but also leave yourself a broader styling for future growth. And also the integration with Folks Finance. Great to see you're already working with major ecosystem players. So I'd say very good deck overall and good pitch.
Thank you.
If you don't have it, then we can just go for that.
I have some feedback, but with the score already, or?
I think we can start doing this.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thanks a lot. I think that was a great presentation. I just had to check if we're already in the feedback, or because I don't have any questions right now. No, it looked great. I think a strong team. I also think strong presentation and very well articulated, very well structured. I know you were short on time. I think still the experience of a lot of people will be, especially in the DeFi space, that it's not so easy to understand the problem or the improvement that you give to people. So maybe I would spend a little more time just on, sketching the market or the pain that people feel so they can understand it before you move on to the technical part. But based on what I have understood, I think it's a strong solution. I think it's a competitive market, but you've also explained what your edge there is. So of course, I can't validate that on the spot, but it looked great. It was a strong presentation. And if I had to give a score right now, I'd probably go for 85.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. It was clear for me. And I would love uh, to have maybe more details regarding the competitive landscape, because that's a fintech and pretty crowded space, let's say. But it was pretty simple and clear what you are doing and what you are trying to achieve with that. So 75.
Thank you very much. And to have two more judges to give a final scores.
Yeah, I think my overall score is 84. I really like the pitch deck, the team. It's a complementary team, and you had past experience, and you're already started onboarding users, and you have a clear roadmap on where you will be in the next few months, and that's a strong sign. And you have numbers. You have a lot of numbers on your pitch deck for your acquisition costs and your potential revenue from each of these personas. And that really shows you've done your homework, which is very important when you go, because a qualitative approach can only take you so long. You need to start moving into a quantitative approach for your go-to-market at some point, and it's better to start early so that you can assume and then correct your path if they are not right. Yeah, I think it's 84. The only less marks is for the POC. It could have been more inspired by more consumer-focused fintech apps. Abstract out the chaos that's already in this industry, and then yeah, thank you.
I already gave quite a bit of feedback, so I'll go with just a score 85 also.
Thank you. Thank you for the feedback as well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for pitching. That was a really nice pitch. And we'll go to the next one. So now we have Beehive, Keresifon Basay. I hope I'm pronouncing correctly your name. So I hope you're online. Yeah, okay, great. So perfect. So let me continue. So feel free to ready to go whenever you're ready.
Okay. Greetings, everybody. My name is Chris Bombasi. I am from Be Life. In Be Life, we are aiming to tokenize agricultural produce and every agricultural produce. We begin with the bees and other agricultural produce to support the farmers and also support carbon offset. Uh, Looking around the world today, you will discover that the bees are dying, and the bees are dying because they don't have a lot of plants and support from humans to forage on. Looking at what they have contributed to our planet, they contribute about 45% of our food chain, and because of this, we are lacking behind in food scarcity. So our project is aiming to tackle food scarcity and also support the planet against global warming. Basically, we never built on Algorand exchange, Algorand blockchain. We were looking at another blockchain, but when we saw Algorand blockchain and how Algorand blockchain supports environmental, we love it very well, and we wish to transfer to Algorand blockchain. And this is the structure of our ecosystem. We will be having NFTs where every agricultural produce will be pegged to, and the users of our NFTs, the holders of our NFTs, actually contributed directly to a real world impact. And by contributing directly to this real world impact, they stand a chance to earn, not stand a chance, they basically earn from the revenue generated from this real world asset. We are operating just like the beast and nature. Nature does not cheat, it
I'm
gives
sorry
back
to
to every.
interrupt you. Would you? We don't. Do you have also a presentation, slide deck?
Yeah, basically, trying to do that since I am not at home. We went for a visitation somewhere with the partners we are about to partner with. So that's why I can't actually, I'm not with my device. So that's why I can't actually share my screen. I wish to do that from here. I'm trying to present from online directly, but this device is not
Okay,
supporting.
no
So
problem.
sorry about that.
No problem.
Okay, thank you very much. So basically, our ecosystem will support farmers to fight carbon toxic and also help them in uh, their farm engagement. Yeah, in order to match blockchain to what really matters in life, which is agriculture, we have in view to have our RPG games where the young people who do not see agriculture as anything can contribute by just interacting with these RPG games. So right now our website is live, and we are building from back end. We never started building on Algorand chain yet, but we're trying to get some tools ready to build on Algorand chain, and very soon we will be deploying on Algorand chain. So thank you very much, and sorry for not being able to share my screen and to present the way I should present. I, I've been really glad and excited to have this podium to talk about my project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, one of the judges just shared your website in a group, so judges can also maybe take a look at that if they have time, of course. Also, just to remind everyone that the scoring is on a scale of 0 to 100. So all the previous scores which were announced were on that scale. And we also will be sharing the scores later on publicly so everyone can also see them easier. Yes, so any questions and comments?
Yeah, you can start on the point.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I have to be very honest. I didn't understand everything with since the screen wasn't shared. I didn't have the opportunity to see it, so I think that was a little bit unfair, probably compared to the projects where I also saw a visual. Unfortunately, however, I think in terms of the first impression, like blockchain and bees, it's a very funky connection topic theme. So I do like that. In terms of the problem on a social environmental level, I also understood that. I didn't understand everything about the solution. I also didn't understand the moat that you have and how you're going to monetize it in the future. So I have to say before I give my score, I wasn't able to judge as well as I probably would have been able to with a perfect picture, but I'll go for 35 on this one. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I also have a similar problem where we don't understand what you're building. So the scoring is purely based on what you told me and what we feel about a similar project, and also the fact that it's not on Algorand yet, and the POC is not ready. So I'm sorry, I had to go with 20 on this.
Hi. So yes, difficult to judge. I think you are at a phase that's a little bit early. I didn't have a sense of your team. The website looks good, but I'm also not sure. You mentioned NFTs. The website talks about RWA. You're talking about sustainability. So there's a lot of. It's very broad. The problem you're trying to solve. So I think you would need to narrow that in terms of also then personas and narrowing from there, market sizing, all of that. So I think that you have a good idea. I think the more we can see blockchain in this space and in sustainability, there's been a lot of success with supply chain, with farmers in different regions. So I think you have a good premise. I think you've just got a little bit more work to do in terms of just narrowing that and then being able to prove your case and prove who your users would be. So I'd say I'd go with a 20 as well. Thanks.
Um, Thank you for the presentation. Yeah, for me it was unbelievably hard to judge. And a little bit unclear positioning and what, for whom, how. 40.
Thank you very much for the scores, judges. Thank you very much for the presentation. Yeah, thank you very much. If anyone also has any technical issues of sharing their presentation, feel free to send it to me and I can share it from my end. So thank you. And we'll go to the next presenter. So that would be Project MTT and Tad Kira. I'm probably said it completely wrong, so please forgive me and correct me on how it should be pronounced.
Yeah. Hello. Good day, everyone.
Hi. So whenever you're ready, tell me so we can start the presentation. Start.
So
Feel free to share your screen, your slide deck if you have one.
I'm trying to share that from another
Yeah,
device.
sure, no problem. Take your time.
I think right. Okay, I think my screen is live now.
Yes, we can see you. Great. I'll make it
All right, thank you.
wide So everyone can see it. So yeah, please feel free to start whenever you're ready.
All right, so hi everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm Tezkira Yusuf. I am building MTT, a short for Muslim Tigers Tribe, faith-aligned digital ecosystem empowering Muslim entrepreneurs to learn, earn, and grow through mentorship, community, and blockchain transparency. All right, so the interesting truth is that there are a lot of rising Muslim entrepreneurs, yet we don't have a unified platform that supports us in learning, growing, and community, capital, and much more. So I'm creating entity to create a space where Muslims can actually get faith-aligned mentorship, supports. They can actually source capital through crowdfunding, get growth support through NFT badges or incentivized growth tokens, and we are here creating entity to be a digital ecosystem for Muslims to actually get a unified platform for all of their needs as entrepreneurs. So entity is an all-in-one platform where Muslims access mentorship, they respond, they learn from verified mentors, and they can actually earn tokens, which is going to be basically a um, token, not for buying and selling. It's non-speculative. It's being a utility token in the platform. So what we have is a market of over, we're looking to target over 100 million Muslims globally. We're starting with places Asia, Africa, and Middle East to start with. And we are looking to have early adopters of over 50,000 um, um, Muslim entrepreneurs. So right now, we getting user interviews. We validated the problem strongly, and we realized that there is a lot of demand for mentorship, for marketplace, for capital through faith alignment. All right, so we want to use blockchain technology as a means to actually support the back end, but we're going to be having a Web2 friendly interface. It's more like a social platform where Muslims can connect, but then we're going to be having the NFTs and the blockchain technology to support the backend. So we are saving the users the technical details. We're only going to be having the user Web2 friendly interface for the community. So right now, we're looking to, within the next 12 months, sorry, give me a second. Within the next 12 months, we're looking to try and launch the MVP, we want to create a token, the NFT badges, launch the tribe, and then onboard at least 1,000 users, start mentorship program, and work on the crowdfunding, and then see how it goes from there. So we already have Muslim communities. There are a lot of scattered Muslim communities that we can actually reach out to as our go-to-marketing strategy. We can also partner with people, Muslim entrepreneurs, coaches, ambassadors, and to get our early users. So the business model is that we're going to have premium membership tiers. There will be a marketplace, and the startup is going to get a small commission for the marketplace users. Then there's mentorship program fees. There is event and workshop revenues. So the competition is mainly mighty network. There are communities existing here and there. There are GoFundMe, Kickstarter, which are well-known funding platform. There is a Shopify, Etsy. Those are marketplaces, but they're not them are faith aligned. Who can really for. They're also key into blockchain transparency and tokenized engagement. So our team, we are a lean team of founder, UI UX designer, and we're going to be onboarding a blockchain developer near future. future. So we are looking to get the support, if possible, to develop our MVP and our token and blockchain integration with Algo. Right now, we will not actually deploy the software because it's basically a Web2 user interface with a Web3 back end. So we are taking our time to complete the validation, complete the iteration of the features, the key features, and how we want it to go on live. So we want to just integrate the future of web, that's Web3, in our work right now. That's why we are working with Algorithm, inshallah, to make this come to life. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have any questions, comments from the judges?
Hi, and thank you for the presentation. Very interesting audience. I have a question. Why don't you want to start with the community and not with the token?
So we actually started with the community, and then the token is such that there is going to be a learning academy in the community straight up, where users get to learn and learn and earn tokens immediately as they learn. So this token is like a reward system in the ecosystem. So we started both with the token and then the community as well.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, thanks a lot for the presentation. The positioning of the brand, of the project, and hopefully future business, I think, is still pretty broad. It's community, it's coaching, it's fundraising. So I think I like the idea and the vision behind it of connecting like-minded people and catering a platform that fits their requirements. For me right now, it's too broad. Also looking at the competition, I think you mentioned some very large global marketplaces. I think it's too broad for me to really be able to judge how big a chance you have to establish yourself in that market, because the market, like you look at it right now, is big. So if you want to win there, you have to win big. So that makes it a bit difficult for me, because I'm also not an expert on this particular niche of the market, so to speak. Overall, I would land at a 40. And sorry, one more thing. I also want to add that I think I would definitely push the token farther to the back, maybe not even include it in the pitch deck, because I think you should focus on talking about the value that you can generate, and then you can start talking about how some of that value flows back into the token or how the token helps. But I would probably not talk about it so early on.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation. Starting with the team, you just mentioned the titles, and we don't know who's in the team, so that makes it a little difficult to judge who are all in your team, except that we know that you have a lead developer, a founder. So it might be better to be very specific about who are those people and what are the qualifications, and how did they help you in building this project. And when it comes to the pitch deck, it still feels very text heavy. So, when you're talking about it, either we should listen to you or just look at the pitch deck. Now we feel like we're doing both. And Islamic finance is a pretty huge thing. Every big company is, even Web3, many of them are launching their own Islamic finance vertical. So it's good that you're exploring. There is a very narrow vertical that you're focusing on here, but within the vertical, you're targeting too many products. And as Moritz mentioned, it might be better to focus on one product, become an expert, or just saturate yourself there, and then think about other products. It might be even better to just focus on that, even in the presentation, and leave everything else in the roadmap. And that clearly makes the listener or people who are following you in your presentation relate the value to the problem, to the solution that you're building. Right now, it's very complex matrix that we had to fit in different pieces. Yeah, and there is no POC yet, so but I can understand. Would have been nice to have one. So I would give it 20. Thank you.
Hi. I did like that you had an outline of the team. As Ram said, we need more detail there, but you did have a nice breadth of experience, so that's good to see. Um, Again, my token critique is actually it's quite complicated to make to launch a token. So building the community first and making sure you have your tokenomics right. So again, push that off. However, I like that you are thinking about utility for the token from the beginning, which is great for compliance. I also like that you have a very specific narrow niche. I would also though think about UAE, go where the money is. So that's certainly a market that you should consider. And I'd also look at other communities that are doing this. For instance, in the Ethereum community, you've got SheFi, which is an excellent, really growing community, doing great. And like you, they have multiple revenue streams. So I think that plan is good, and I like to see that you are already thinking about ways to monetize this audience and grow them with you. So I'd go a little higher, actually. I'd go 65. Certainly needs work, but the stage you're in, and if you can narrow, I think you'll be successful.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I will also go with 60. Narrow audience, I think that's already good.
Thank you very much for the comments.
Thank
And
you
now,
very much. Thank you so much.
yes. So thank you very much for your presentation. That was really nice. We managed to squeeze one more in participant before we get some pizza. So next will be Ludovic from Biotech.
Hello, can you see my screen?
Just a second. I will. No, we cannot see your screen still. Ah, perfect. Great. Thank you very much. Okay. Let me just make it a bit bigger. Somehow I can't make it bigger. Okay, feel free to go whenever you're ready. Oh, actually, you are on. Do you have a camera on? Because we can just see, I think, just a slight part of you. Okay.
If you put that full screen, it will probably.
Yeah, I'm trying. Somehow it is not complying. Just a sec. Okay, let me try to do this. Show a full. I'm trying to do that. Ah, perfect. Thank you very much. Sweet. Perfect. We have you fully on screen. Feel free to go whenever you're ready.
Hello, I am Ludo with the Algo. This is Biotech Dex, the first concentrated liquidity AMM on Algorand. Concentrated liquidity AMM, in comparison to traditional AMMs, allows the liquidity providers to place their liquidity into pools with specified price range. Imagine that you run a restaurant. The traditional AMM restaurant puts a bid of dish all day, even when nobody orders it. Most of the food is wasted and you earn less. Biotech Dex is like smarter restaurant. We cook and prepare food only at the tables where customers actually sit and order. No wasted ingredients, no empty preparation. Because of this, we serve faster, waste less, and make more money from the same kitchen. In the financial terms, liquidity providers has higher capital efficiency on their investments and traders get better quotes. When users trade at the Biotech Dex smart contracts, they also record the Viva prices of their trades to the blockchain. This serves as the Oracle system. We also integrated the Biotech identity solution. We have senior diversified professional team with over 15 years of experience in each member field. For example, I was president of the exchange chamber of the regulated commodity exchange, and I am building on Algorand for more than 5 years. Daniel is cryptology based mainly on EVM. Michael is professional trader in equities and energy market, and Samo is marketing expert running multiple e-shops. Please help us to compete with Radium and Uniswap because Algorand is much better tech than Solana or Ethereum. Algorand doesn't support, has instant finality, low fees, and failed transaction doesn't propagate through the blockchain. We are ready with the public launch, and currently it's being tested by beta users. Over 1,000 ex-Goes believes the project is good for the Algorand ecosystem. Protocol is set up to charge 20% of the LP profit, the same as the other AMMs on Algorand. This will create a sustainable revenue stream for BI. With your funding and advisory help, we will focus on user acquisition and marketing. I will show you now a small demo and return to this last slide for questions. So this is the trader screen. At the top ribbon, you can see the Oracle feed. And people can select the asset pairs in here. We are trying to create the central exchange user experience so that we onboard even more people. I will log in using the email password account for this demonstration. And liquidity providers is our second main user group, so they have their own view on the market. Let me showcase the live adding the liquidity to the pool. Liquidity providers can pick a shape of their liquidity to add more beans, more liquidity to the side of the beans or to the price price feed, to the current price beans. They can also create like beans with the exact price range, and we have invented also the wall orders. Wall orders are just the specified beans with specified one price. So let me show you how to add the liquidity. So I just click the add liquidity to this pool, and let's say we add 600 gold coin and 100 algo. We sign the transaction, and I can see that liquidity was added successfully. 100% of the staking rewards goes to the liquidity providers. We created also Algorand scan with real-time price updates. The liquidity pool, where I just added the liquidity, has at the moment 143,000 algo and 3.6 yeah, in the terms of Tinyman and PacFi, it would be like 3.6 million algos in the pool. So basically, with this, I added like 25 times more liquidity to this pool. Thank you for watching, and please let's connect up.
Thank you very much for presentation. And any questions, any comments?
Thank you very much for the presentation. I think you did a great job at framing the problem. I really like the restaurant analogy because you're taking a very complicated, or at least for most people, very technical topic, and you gave a nice analogy that kind of actually hints quite logically at what you're doing. So I think that was great. That was a really nice opener. It was great that you had a demo, and I'm really impressed with how it looks. Of course, I don't see the full backend, but to me it looks very functional, and it looks like you've made some good progress on the rollout already. On the branding side, just like a small comment, I'm not particularly a branding expert, but I would definitely change the logo because it had so much little detail. So even on the huge screen, when it was small, we didn't see what it is. So if you compare it to other crypto logos, it's like a triangle with two colors or something. So that's just a nice thing that I had to notice and mention. One more thing that I think would have definitely made the pitch better for me is to give more context on the competitor landscape, because the solution that you showed was quite convincing to me. So I think how successful this is going to be in the future, or at least how most people see it, will be a function of the Algorand ecosystem growth and a function of your competitors and your ability to compete within that market. So if I see what you showed me and you also convince me that this is a strongly growing space and that you're a leader in this space or one of the leaders, then I would say like, yeah, shut up, take my money, you know? So this was a big point that I think could add more, make the pitch even better. So overall, I'm landing at a 75 right now.
Yeah, thanks, Ludo, for the presentation. I think it's great. The presentation is, pitch deck is very well structured. You cover all the topics of the problem solution and how's it different. Even the POC is great. It's already, I think it's already looking quite good for a clam market. And of course, the team is pretty solid team, and you've been in the ecosystem for a while, so you know what the ecosystem needs. What I would also add is there are a lot of clam markets out there. How would your go-to-market be different from theirs? Because product has tech has kind of become commoditized. Once you have it on Ethereum, other people can fork it on other blockchains, making tiny improvements. So the differentiation lies either in you creating a better cloud market, which is more efficient, or your go-to-market being very different. That once you expand out of the ecosystem, you still can acquire users from other products. So I would always suggest you think not just about Algorand, but once you saturated yourself in the Algorand and you're competing with Uniswap Clam, why would they use you compared to Uniswap? I think that's always a good way to think, because you'll start incorporating those features even for the users in Algorand from the very beginning. So it just makes it easy for you to acquire users going forward. Yeah, I would overall give it 80.
Should I respond?
Yes.
Yeah, you can if you.
Yeah, like the main competition is basically outside the Algorand, because on Algorand there is no clam. But the thing is that perhaps main competition is not Radium and Uniswap, but basically central exchanges. I would like basically to be able to gain the liquidity to the Algorand, and when there will be like a lot of liquidity and a lot of trading on Algorand, it will solve a lot of issues also for the Algorand ecosystem, and it will bring much traction to this product, because really the Algorand tech is much better than on Solana or Ethereum. Like the arbitrage opportunities and everything is much better.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for the reply.
Okay, good team. Nice integration with the ecosystem already. So that's excellent. I think you have good product market fit. You've got a good solution. What I would like to see a little bit more of is, I don't know enough about your kind of reputation within the ecosystem, what you've been doing. The website is quite busy. You have a lot of product lines, so to speak. And so I'd like to see a little bit more on, how you brought the community along with you, and how you've tested into what you're doing now, just a little bit more on the need state. But I'd say very strong. I'm ranging between 80 and 85, so I'll give you an 83.
Thank you. So yeah,
75 from me.
CLM is in the beta phase. Like we didn't launch it publicly because I want first to finish the router, which basically will allow the traders to better rate between the products, and I'm almost basically finished. Yeah, so it will be launched to the public pretty soon. And so and one of the things is also like the branding between my other products. Like for example, I created first open source Algorand wallet out there, now called Biatic wallet. Later, we launched the Aramid bridge. Aramid bridge is one of the bridges in mainnet, and it has quite good volumes. And yeah, like for example, I created a few tokens already on Algorand from where Worldcoin is one of the top 10 uh, tokens, and another two, the GoldDAO and Gold token is basically tokenized gold and project with this. And basically the compounded marketing with Biotech brand is also like for me the user acquisition to this new product.
Okay, thank you very much. So do we have all the scores already?
Yeah, 75 from me.
Sorry, you did
It
not.
was, yeah, it was a little bit too techy, but clear. And so I will just rate an on average. Let's say.
Thank you very much. Ludo, thank you very much for your presentation. Thanks for being able to join us. We will have now a short break of maybe 15 minutes, 15, 20 minutes. And then we'll come back to some pitches, which will be, some will be here offline and some will be online. But of course, you'll be able to see all of them. So please don't leave Google Meets. We'll be back soon. So thank you all for waiting. We're starting the pitches now. So we have actually, I think, up to 8 pitches left, but hopefully we can squeeze them all in. But we'll try as many as we can. So next we have Florian. So Florian, are you available for pitch? Perfect. Let me just set it up here for you.
Share the screen. So you can see the presentation now?
Yes, we do see you.
Perfect. Yeah, try to make it quick, as quick as possible to squeeze all of this in.
Don't worry. We still have the same rules. So everyone has 5 minutes of presentation, 3 minutes of Q&A, and then comments by judges. So take your time. Tell me whenever you're ready, and we can go.
Yeah, I'm ready. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. So hi, I'm Florian from Berlin, and I'm one of the founders of Gaming Map. So imagine if every tourist becomes an explorer, and every step can generate data, and every destination could measure its real impact. That's what we're building at Gaming Map. And in the next minutes, I would show you how we want to transform tourism and destination management through gamification and blockchain. Let's talk about the issues. The smaller regional destination marketing organizations, or short DMOs, like the ski resorts, the wine regions, and the coastal towns across Europe, they spend 25 to 300K on campaigns with zero ability to measure the impact. The larger DMOs, like Vienna, they even spend 15 million annually, but can't answer basic questions like which campaigns specifically drove the overnight stays, or which attractions drew which kind of visitors. So the industry flies blind, and they know that. Our interviews showed up two major pain points. It was spending huge sums on campaigns, and it was not to get back metrics when it comes to impact and ROI. And the travelers, well, they get generic guides leading to the same overcrowded spots, leaving hidden gems in the dark and making it hard to find engaging experiences. We built a white label SaaS, which lets us deploy a fully branded app and websites for a client's region within hours. So we also have an app which lets the user experience the region also in a totally new way. The background, we create the core of it, so our challenges. We have an AI system to set it up, or we can use data sheets or just manually, which is really simple. Just click on the map, enter title, description, image, and challenge and NFT templates are ready to go. In demo deployment, which we call the Discover Flaming, the users get tailored challenges. Those get completed if certain constraints apply, like location or QR codes, and then can be minted as ARC72 or ARC19 NFTs, depending on the user's tier. So this is their gateway to rewards. The NFTs can be redeemed at partners, and sometimes can even change their properties when the connected challenges get completed. Like, imagine to climb 3 peaks in a week, which completes an underlying 3 peak challenge. And this then upgrades the rarity of the NFT and even unlocks new rewards like a guided mountain tour. A quick return to our clients' backends then shows the real value for the DMOs, because they get all the feedback. They get the tourism boards in Salzburg and Tyrol, which we're talking to, said that these analytics are gold to them, because they can even help leveling user traffic between hotspots and overlooked attractions, and they can justify the investments to their money givers. For the numbers, the travel market is big, but the gamification market is actually exploding. So we're not competing for scraps, but we are creating kind of a new category at the intersection of smart tourism and gamification. To be specific, the DACH region alone, where we want to deploy first, this means Germany, Austria, and Switzerland, they see nearly 700 million overnight stays, which to us are 700 million opportunities for engagement. They are already here and already spending money. So we have a tool to engage them more meaningfully, and this may pretty much define a new kind of game in tourism. The revenue model is straightforward. It's a SaaS subscription model with blockchain built in. And as an additional pillar, we would charge agency fees for campaign execution or for deploying the white label app.
to the experiences regions need. We do not rely on tokenomics, but on a proven business model for mostly institutional clients. To launch in Q1 of 26, we want to onboard 5 DAC clients in year 1 and get pan-European in 27. And competition, well, there are generic consumer apps with varying content, but zero value for DMOs. There are marketing platforms that only measure clicks, and the blockchain travelers mostly still figure out their business model. So this is kind of a blue ocean quadrant, B2B2C, directly targeting tourism boards and delivering measurable ROI and visitor data. So we covered that. And we, that's a team with up to 25 years of individual experience based in Berlin. And for the next steps and for the go-to-market strategy, we actively look for funding and also aim for a place in the accelerator program. And everything else we can discuss in the Q&A later. So thanks a lot.
So thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think that was a very nice presentation. Still have time to spare, but let's give the microphone to the judges for a Q&A or comments.
Who wanted to be first?
Okay. I'm just going to start, Florian. Thank you for the presentation. I really enjoyed it. I understood exactly what you're building. I understood exactly where you are at, and I also understand your background now. So I loved it. I think it was great. I think that it's an actual good use case for NFTs, right? So it's one of the moments where I'm not like, okay, you have an NFT, but so, duh, right? So I think at the core, it could work without an NFT, but the NFTs make it better, which I think is the perfect setup for a solution like this. And who knows, maybe for easier onboarding, you don't even have to mention the NFT, or people can choose. So I think that's great. I have one question for you, however. Oh, by the way, I also think the monetization mechanism is great, because monetizing with the end users can be very difficult, especially in the very saturated travel and app market. But I think you're targeting exactly the right monetization model. So that's great as well. So the value comes from the users, but the users don't have to pay to make this business sustainable and successful. My main question would be, do you already have some strategies for going to market? Because I think the more users you have, the more data you have, you will need a certain scale for it to really kick off and be lucrative, and just start scaling, get the stone rolling, right?
Yeah, actually, just to get to your first point first, the NFT is handled under the hood at first, so it's custodial, and it has to be not blockchain specific to use it. So that's handled under the hood, so it's quite easy, and it also takes the fear of using blockchain for the DMOs. Yes, our way to go to market is pretty specific, because since it's a B2B system as far as the revenue goes. For us, the most important date is next March, where in Berlin there is the ITB Travel Expo, which is the biggest world travel exhibition. And we already have contacts where we would like to speed state the product if we manage to get the next app development part final, so that we can really show the polished, working, perfect version. So that's the part. So every region will deploy a different app. So it's not one app for all, but it's a white label solution. So every region can have their own identity in the app. So that's also, it's not a mass market thing, but every region should have a tailored solution for them. But since it's white label, it can be quickly deployed.
Yeah, awesome.
I hope I answered the question.
Yeah, thank you. I still think, if I'm sure you've thought about this in the future, once the solution gets implemented, you still need the users, and the more the better. So you still need end users to use the app probably and download it, right?
Yeah. The plan is really, we talked to some contacts we have in Austria, and they said should be quite easy, since most of the tourists either are in contact, they're informing themselves about the region before going there, or you can market or show bring the app to the users simply by the places where they stay at. So everyone needs a place to a hotel room, something else. So I think there are places where it can easily be offered also to the people visiting there without looking at the websites first.
Yeah. Okay, awesome. I'll score it 90. I really like it. Thank you.
Oh, thanks.
Really like that. Sorry. Really like the idea because it's one of the industries where you can actually gamify because people travel, but there is no connection between one vacation to another one, and you can really help them map out everything and even incentivize users to go on a specific journey. But and you guys have pretty strong team, um, and the presentation was amazing. It drives on the problems, and it also mentions a lot of quantitative stuff. Uh, yeah, I mean, my bigger question is, why white label? Why not make it an aggregator model? Because if you white label it, you're going to miss out on the network effects of the cumulative acquisition of all the users that you get, but also you're making it expensive for your target clients, right? Because if it's an aggregator model, then you can afford to be quite cheap and onboard more clients. But if you're going for a white label one, then you have to really it'll becomes an expensive, good to have option for luxury places, or clients with budget, rather than an open solution for anyone.
Actually, we thought about going on a generic version, catching it all, which in our opinion is more interesting in the later stage. We would like to grasp on this novelty impact we would have with this, for example, earn NFTs by hiking would be a strong campaign for as an not really experienced solution yet. So I think the destinations taking it would be are interested in spending the money to get it tailored because they're very keen on their identity. Like if you go to different regions, they all have their exact look and feel, and they want to have it transferred into their app. So it should be seamless from their website, their experience, and the app should have the same look and feel. So that's why we want to make it white label. But yes, if the thing would grow, it would definitely be interesting to make it in a bigger generic version, which then could also have additional parts like interregional exchange by tokens, for example. So you could redeem stuff in different regions if both regions agreed on a token or an NFT redeem system.
Yeah.
So that's something for the future.
Got it. Yeah. No, I'm just thinking about, in a sense that you have a hotel booking website, but most people just use booking or an aggregator model because it just, yeah, I mean, there are some people, but when you're starting out, you probably have to target as big of a market as you can so that you can catch the beachhead, which could be very small. Yeah, but as you go to market, you'll figure it out.
Thanks.
I would give it a 75. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
So I'm going to divide my feedback into two areas. First is the actual deck. I found it quite confusing. I'm going to start with the good news first. Love the idea. I love to see a non-DEX user use case. I love to see blockchain used for beyond the typical suspects. So I think your concept is excellent, and I think that the what I saw from your demo is good and strong. But I was confused by the deck. I wasn't sure if you were an agency or a platform, or both, or a combination. I also think you're building a marketplace which is very, very complicated. So are you going after the actual cities, the regions, the tourist location, or are you going after the users? Which comes first? So these are all like discussions, but I also think that a lot of these, if you're starting from the marketplace side of the provider, the location, these are very traditional, right? They don't know anything about blockchain, so being able to break into this will be difficult. However, they're all looking for ways to differentiate, and I love the idea that you're starting in the DAC region. You can establish a base there, and if you zoom out a little bit to the macro trends here in the economy, I'm Berlin based, but I come from the US. Every time I'm flying back, it's more and more difficult. There are people will be staying like in the summer to come, right? You'll see more people traveling locally, less people flying to US, for instance. But looking forward, I think US is also quite a big market for you for the same reason that, they're not going to have the international tourism they've been depending on, especially in the bigger cities. And so that's something to look at going forward. So I think it's a great premise. You've got a lot of opportunity here. I would just, from a pure pitching perspective, going to VCs, going into hackathons, just give me a little more background first before you dive into the demo, so I can get a sense really for your strengths. And then it's great to see that you have a live demo and on a platform already, but I just want to see the pacing. It was a little rushed, and I think you have a solid project. Just need to finesse a little bit the presentation. And I would go with an 85. Sorry.
Can you still hear me? Because I lost my camera.
We can hear you now. Yes.
Okay, so there's no image anymore, but I can talk. Thanks for the feedback. Yeah, the pitch is really kind of problematic, especially through this B2B2C aspect, which is, I think, hard to communicate, and we still struggle in putting it short but efficiently. So yeah, I hope we can enhance that still.
Yeah, thank you for presentation. The pitch deck was brilliant. The idea, I think, great as well. It will require quite a strong marketing expertise. Plus, in terms of funding, I think it's also pretty marketing oriented thing. So the question is, who will be responsible for this part? If it's still the same team, I would then rephrase maybe some title there, because that's a B2C, B2B2C, but still user-oriented product. That means marketing, as for me. But in general, I loved that. It was pretty clear for me. So 75.
Thank you very much, and thanks for judges for scoring. Thank you, Florian, for taking time of your day to participate. Thank you. Now we'll go to the next team. It will be Robert. Robert, please. The stage is yours. I'll give you a microphone. So please, one part goes in on the other side. So and you wanted me to share a website. Yes?
Yeah. Yep.
The website is
What?
What's it called, the website?
ITQ. ETCRB.
Okay.
Let's start.
Okay, so I'll share this and let you. Yep. Please, you can go this side here, and you will see on the screen.
Okay.
And feel free to use the computer here. Yep, please.
Okay. I will just sit.
Sure. Yeah. So whenever you're ready, tell me.
Okay. This is the first time I pitched this idea. So imagine we want to create a container for green IT. So now we have the problem that all IT is hosted by a few companies, and they are using atomic energy or fossil fuel for it. So if you want to host something, you can't get it green. We would like to create a container which is placed there where solar energy is generated. So we place small data centers near solar energy. That's the main idea. We would add to this CO cleaner. So if there is energy left over, we use it to clean the air. So in the end, we would create a negative CO2 balance for our IT. That's the road we would like to go with this project.
I mean, you would need to go to that website. Like this road.
Here.
Yeah.
I will just click to the right. We're at a point where the myth of control is going to kill us. We are building a lot of infrastructure for AI, and we are planning to fill this with fossil energy or atomic energy. We can't handle atomic energy for a long time. If you ask any AI, she will tell you. If you ask any intelligent people, they will tell you. But still, Microsoft and Amazon and all big players are going this road. So the only way to stop this is to build something else. So to build small infrastructures where it is possible. Like you have an area where somebody is just growing, I don't know, corn or is holding cows. So he has the place to build a small solar infrastructure, to build a small container, I don't know, 100, 200 kW, 1,500 cores, or I don't know, 100 H100s at one place, not more. It does not have to be a big size data center like Microsoft or Amazon it builds. It's not necessary to build in this way. So we have thought about it, and there is a map of the problem behind it. Okay, the map is not loading. Maybe it loads. I let it load in the background. It's a map of all nuclear waste in the world, and it's just getting more. And the plans now of the companies is, let's build small nuclear infrastructure, like mini plants. But they all produce nuclear waste. So if you have a small company, you see it with startups, 5 years later, they are gone. What's with the waste? So if you have now a new company and she's building, I don't know, 20 of these facilities, and in 10 years they are gone, who will be responsible for the waste? At the moment, nobody talks about it. Nobody wants to talk about it, what's with the waste in 20 years, in 50 years, in 100 years. They all just talk about the money they can earn with the AI now, with the hours spent on H100, H200, or something else. And blockchain is the same thing. We are all need infrastructure. We are depending on it. So why not build it in a way it should be, and not in the way it's like now?
Your timing is finishing.
Yeah, I know. I just want to come to one point. A key feature of such a cube would be, it's a small cube, you can place it anywhere, it uses 100 kV, it has, like here, 24 times 128 cores, and a few, like here, 80 H100. So you combine it with a hydrogen cycle, so you can use the solar energy of the day and the night with the use of hydrogen. There are companies building solutions in containers, so you have one container for the IT, one container for the hydrogen. So you are not dependent on daytime. You can use it all the time.
Robert, sorry, your time is up.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And there's Questions and answers.
Thank you for the presentation. Problem was clear for me.
Yeah.
The solution, I cannot say so. Like, if to simplify, why this solution is easy to build, or how you will build that? What's the difference?
The difference is that nobody builds containers like this. There are some solutions which have tried to build mobile IT solutions in containers. We have done it a lot smaller, so we are just using a 10 feet container for the IT and a second container for the cooling. So we don't try to get everything in one container. In this way, it's easier to transport it, easier to build it up, and easier to construct this thing. So you can build it up in a half day.
Okay. Well, sounds interesting. I don't know. Then it's.
So you can also build it up in a critical situation in a really fast time.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I think I understand the problem. I think we spent too much time on the problem and not enough time on the solution, because I'm not going to judge the positive effect that you have on the world. I'm going to try and judge it like an investor or a startup fundraiser would. So I will say, I understand the problem you're tackling, and I think you do have an audience for that, whether it is small enterprises, whether it is larger enterprises that want the stickers on their website that they're, fulfilling certain criteria, ESG criteria. I think there is certainly, you're in an interesting market. I'm just not convinced enough of the solution yet. I would have to understand, because this is tech, right? This is tech where I don't understand the details. I would have to understand who are the main competitors, why has nobody else done this if it's so intuitive, how is your product defensible in the market, what are your plans for the future perhaps. So I think for me there was too much information missing in terms of the positioning and the competitive environment. So for me, and also of course the pitch, it was quite text heavy. In the future I'm sure you're planning to optimize that.
Yeah.
But for me right now it wasn't the most intuitive pitch presentation. So for me it's a 35.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I think it's a great problem that you're solving. As again,
I would like to solve.
you would like to solve. It's a hardware-based product, right, that you need to build. So you probably need to go for a pre-seed round. Or what stage are you at? Do you already have the prototype ready for this?
We have created a CAD model. My last company I've worked was Anacom Aerotest, so I have just asked the engineers if we could build a container which we can throw from a plane.
Yeah.
Complete developed. So, and they have told me yes, it's possible, but not fully equipped. So if you put 24 servers on it, it's too heavy.
Yeah.
Because in the moment it hits the ground, you have to compensate this. So, but if you put not a complete equipped into a container, you can throw it from a plane. So you have some war region, you need AI there, no problem. We bring it there.
Got it. No, I think this is great. I mean, I'm not a tech person, so I had to do my own research on this if I had to. But it would be nice if you can set the stage of what's the current situation like. What are people using in these places, and how's using yours would be a little bit better in terms of, not just in terms of the indestructibility, but also in terms of the cost, in terms of long-term benefits. Yeah. So I think it's more about, who exactly is the target person. Like, maybe start with the story of the target person and what his problem is, instead of the whole big problem.
Yeah.
And then that will help you with your storytelling as you get to the solution.
Okay.
and then you can give up the whole market sizing. Yeah, I think there's no presentation, but I would give it the 35. Thank you.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. So, from a pure pitch perspective, I think we were missing some information. So, you didn't introduce yourself and tell us your experience. So, I don't know if you've done this before, except for the jacket.
Specialized computer scientist.
But that needs to be there.
Yeah.
That needs to be there. You had some market sizing in here, which was good. It was. I would definitely agree with Ram. I would narrow it first. You talked about solar. You talked about carbon. You talked about AI. So where could this start? You know, where's your first implementation? Then where's your second and third? And also, how is this going to scale? So these are containers, it's hardware. You know, I didn't hear the reason why blockchain is needed. So certainly there's a lot of great projects out there using IoT,
Yeah.
smart meters.
The
So
block-
let's connect your hardware to the blockchain, you know, for data, for speed, for efficiency, all those
for the
things.
distributing of the power.
Mhm.
It's just that you use the blockchain to get your hours on these machines.
Yep, yep. So definitely make the case why blockchain is needed and not a database. Yeah, that's. I think you're onto something, but just I didn't get the full picture from your presentation today. But I think the premise is good, so I would give it a 25.
Okay. Thanks.
So thank you very much for your presentation, Robert. Next we have Jose Ospina. I'm hoping I'm pronouncing correctly. Yes. Thank you. Okay, just a second. We will. Okay, I'm gonna turn this off. Okay, so do you would like to share your screen?
Yes, give me a second.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, so Jose actually also participated in the Algo hackathon. So yeah, we're eager to hear about your project. By the way, your screen is frozen, just so you know.
Okay. I'm trying.
Is that? No, this is not his.
So give me a second. I
Yeah.
just click close something.
Sure, no worries. Take your time.
Then I can share because it's not working.
Yeah, your screen is unfrozen. That's great.
Okay. Advanced.
Perfect. Okay, great. We can see you now.
This is the presentation.
Yes, we can see you.
And can
Okay.
you hear me? Actually?
Yes, we can hear you well. So please tell me when you're ready.
Ready.
Perfect.
So hi, my name is Jose. I create a project that is called Flowers. It is about a agentic platform. So right now we have the power in crypto and blockchain to use agents to agents, like machines to machines, M2M or A2A, as those are protocols that was created in Web2 by Google. And recently Coinbase created Export 02, for example. Then it allows us not only to create agents, but also to make payments between them. So the idea of Flowworks, it solves these three main statements problems. The first is the high friction, because most of the users, or when you are going to do something on Web2, you have to go to a website, you have to click, you have to do manual tasks. The like for example, log in, select the product, and all these things of things. So we want some agent that you can ask on nature language, like with your voice or your testing with a prompt, like saying, I want to buy a Nike tools of this size or whatever, and it is going to choose for you. And you just click select, and after the agent can pay for you, connecting to your wallet or that kind of thing. Second one is a loss settlement because you have to add your car, you have to put your number, you have to verify, you have to wait, you have to a lot of steps just to pay. And the last one is excessive fix. Excessive fix. Why? Because if you use, for example, a Stripe or other providers, if I'm a merchant, I have to pay percents of these transactions. They are going to pay to us also because this is a business. We cannot live if we don't make money. Well, it's a business, it's an startup, it's a project. We need to make money. We are going to charge them, but not as excessive as is right now. And that's thanks to crypto blockchain because it's decentralized and we can have more faster transactions and the fees on gas are more faster in that kind of things. So how it works in three simple steps. The first one is you ask in plain English. It's for now only available in English. We are going to ask Spanish, German, although there's some. So you can say, for example, I need 2 gigabytes of extra data for under 2 Algo. You are going to pay with Algo, or you can use say USDC or USC because we have also available USC. And then the agent is going to negotiate with the other agent. So how it works? We need first, for example, Vodafone on the platform. So we make a partnership with Vodafone. They create an agent for Vodafone, and the agent of Vodafone is capable or sell you data or eSIM for say. And your agent, that is your prompt, is going to negotiate with them. But not only with Vodafone, it is going to check also O2, Telefonica in Germany, for example, and it's going to take the best for you. So if, for example, you say to Algo for 2 gigabytes, and if all two give you the same 2 gigabytes for 1 Algo, the agent is going to take that because it's the same service, and but you are paying less, but it's the same that you request. So it's going to make the best offer for you. And it's not only going to ask to one provider, it's going to ask for all in the platform. And at the last, you settle the instant payment. You just have to check that's what you want and you pay. Always you have to check. The agent is going to do it automatically for you, but you have to check because it's a human in the loop. We cannot just let them do whatever they want. So for the first, you have a chat. In the chat, you can interact just writing something, and they will answer you, like what are the providers and what is the like making a confirmation of what you want to ask them. You have to connect your wallet, in this case Algorand, but you can interact with others. They will be have different services, for example, telecom services or energy trading. You can buy, for example, I need more energy on my building right now, and there is not energy in the country, but there are a clean energy like solar panels or something, and the building that is in front of us can sell us, and they have an agent for that. So you can request the energy or something like that. But the use case here is telecom services, but we can provide that also. In your wallet, you can provide limits. So you can say only you can use 2 Algos, no more. Because you have maybe more money and you don't want to lose 729 Algos you have. You only want the agent use what you say they can use. Deals, there are deals, you will receive the history of the transactions like this. This is not only web, but we want to develop a mobile application because the users, they have mobiles, they have phones, not laptops everywhere. You can see the network, how it connects, and the workflows. The workflows is only available for the merchants or for the creator of the agents. This is like, for example, Fiverr or this kind of applications for freelancers. So you can call and you can create your own agents. And if you create workflows, you can know what the agent is going to do. And this is how it looks. So you can put a star, what the agent is going to do, and blah, blah, blah. And after you can publish the agent, and we are going to check. And if it works well, we are going to make it available for everyone. And yeah, that's how it works. We are also building a solution for training the agents before releasing them to the market. So it is called reinforcement learning. So we have like a gym for agents. We put the agents first there. We check that they do what they're supposed to do. So if the agent is creative to buy data, we test that they do that. So we train the agent, and after we release, and we also can release new versions of the same agent because we are going to make it better and better and better and better. And yeah, that's what we are doing.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Jose.
You're welcome.
So curious to see how your project developed since the hackathon. And I'll give a question question to the judges.
I need a few more minutes.
Thanks, Jose, for the presentation. Um, it's an interesting use case, agents to agents. You know, people have to build up the MCP servers and then agents trying to find and pay them. Are you primarily using X402 for payments here? Is that the blockchain? Is that the blockchain element here, or what is the blockchain element here?
All is blockchain. X402, it uses the protocol of SDK that Coinbase provide, and all transactions are in blockchain. In
Okay.
this case, we are using Algorand, but we can use any transaction, and we also can make swaps. So, for example, imagine there is a user that use Bitcoin, but the platform only receive USDC in Algorand.
Yeah.
We can swap for them. They don't need to take care like, "Ah, I need to use Algorand." No, they can pay with any coin. We make that for them. The user experience is more important. So when you log in, also you use passkeys or Face ID or fingerprint. You don't need to store secret phrases or have long passwords. No, we are focused on the UX or UI of experience for the end user. And yeah, but everything is paying with crypto. Like in this case, every time you pay is using stable coins. But the user that is going to pay can use any coin, not only Algos,
Yeah.
can use any coin. But the end transaction, the agent that received the last transaction, that you pay, it received USDC in Algo.
Is it a permission agent model where, you know, for an agent to be listed on your website, they have to be on your directory, or is your agent is my agent through your website can access any agent directory and then be able to negotiate with them? So
No, it's only on our platform, the agents that are verified on our platform, and it works only on our platform. Only agents, let's we create the workflow part because we provide the MCP and you give access to, for example, Vodafone give access to the packages they have,
yeah,
and only to that. The agent is not going to the web on Google, searching anything. No, he is not doing that. He's only having access to what our partners or providers are doing. So what we have to do right now is looking for more vendors. So
yeah,
we need to add O2, Vodafone, and we need to go to them. But for example, imagine you are a freelance or you have or you are a merchant. You sell, I don't know, you sell clothes, you sell AirPods, I don't know, you sell something.
yeah.
You can go through an agent, you can upload this information of what you are selling, and the agent access to this. And you receive it's like a store, like a Shopify.
Yeah.
They ask for something, you say yes, it's available or not, you sell, and after you are going to receive the delivery. And that's how it works. But it's all inside our platform. It is not going outside.
Got it. So a vendor has to list their agent, and then the users can use it.
Yes.
I mean, if
They go to the platform, we verify what they are doing, and after it's available for everyone.
it's kind of like a marketplace.
Yes.
And how you're planning to solve the cold start problem, like because the vendors won't come in if you don't have users, and users won't come in if you don't have the vendors.
Yeah. So what we are doing right now is taking the most use cases. So for example, data on internet is really useful. Like all these services. When you travel around, that's the first thing you use. When you go to the country, you want a SIM card, you want data quickly as possible. And people don't want to go to Vodafone and search on the map. What is Vodafone? I need to go buy a SIM card, or I have to go to the website, buy an all applied. So that's the first use cases we're starting to use. So yeah, it's like start with that, getting some users,
Yeah.
and yeah.
Got it. No, thank you so much. Last question is, I googled your website and it's not live yet, so will it be live soon?
No, we have built it.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. But yeah, my score 80. It's great.
Okay, a couple of things missing from the pitch. I don't know your experience or your team. So definitely, when you go into a situation like this, assume that we don't know anything about you, which I don't. And I didn't know, except hearing, I think, at the very beginning, I think you've gone through a hackathon or you were. So if you've been in the hackathon or participated, won, anything like that, that should also be in part of your pitch to set the stage. And it gains you a little bit of trust and credibility with us from the very beginning of your presentation. what I think, as Ram said, it's that chicken and egg, going after the vendors. So I'd like to see, as you mentioned in the comments and the Q&A, you filled in a lot of the gaps here, but not during your pitch. So good to hear that you're focusing on data. Good to hear that you're going after some of these service providers. But I'd like to see your strategy there, your go-to-market, where you see the least friction, the low-hanging fruit is there. Great to see that you're accepting multiple coins, can do swaps. So that's a lot of flexibility within the platform. But I definitely think try to tighten up the pitch a bit. Your product is stronger than it seems. So I'd like to get a little bit more foundation and be able to see the full picture of what you're going to offer. So I would give you a 45. Thanks.
Yeah, you should have added about your team. I know you're
It's only me for now.
all right.
It is suddenly becoming AI.
Hey, Jose. I really enjoyed the presentation. I also think it was a good ratio of text on the screen versus what you said. So the screen helped, but at the same time, you were able to showcase what you know and talk about your product and also shine as a founder, I think. So that was really nice. I understood most of how your project works. I think it is still strongly predicated, at least from my perspective, on the assumption that in the future we will have strongly agentic AI-based workflows where I will actually want an agent to discover what is the best sim for me to buy. I think adding some context around the sort of future state of the world with some facts would be really helpful to make it more credible to everyone listening. And then also maybe giving some perspective on the competition, because from what I hear, I think you're a strong founder. I think you know what you're doing, and to combine that with a stronger picture of what the market is going to look like in the future, and who you're competing with in the market and positioning yourself there, that would give me a stronger sense and a better ability to judge where the project is at. I would give it a 75.
Thank you.
Sorry, Moritz reminded me of something I didn't mention. AI agents is an incredibly crowded space. So I was at ETH Denver in February of this year, and it was already just everyone was talking about the agents they were building. So I think as much as you can really specify and narrow your focus there, you're going to have to really show your differentiator, because 9 months later, I can't imagine how crowded that space is.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I really believe in the future you are building the product for, let's say. What is the user pain you are trying to solve? One main use case, let's say.
Yes. The first main use cases is when you go to another country or you are traveling or something, it is hard to have good data on your phone. And nowadays, you need internet for everything. If you want to go to Google Maps, if you want to go to WhatsApp, you need internet. Imagine you are traveling, and we have thousands of people traveling for businesses, for tourists, for everything. So that's the first use case of the agent. So you can just go to our mobile application, you say, I need internet right now, €2 for that, and the agent buy for you, and instantly you have internet. You don't need to go pull your car and all these things. So easy as that.
Do you see the option to cut that and to narrow the product to point and to fix exactly one this particular pain, not to build like the big thing, but to specify the use case?
Yes, we can do it. Like a mini app, and we can just create a use case and put it. For example, Coinbase have an application that is called Base, and in Base you can build just a mini app, and then the user just go log in with Base. It asks for the data, and that's it. But yeah, we can do it.
Yeah. And as for me, the idea is great. The market, of course, is like raising market, hype, super competitive, but still pretty cool, and a lot of possibilities to pivot on a later stage, maybe. So 75.
Thank you. Yeah, it's an excited market.
Thank you very much, Jose. Thank you for your presentation. That was very great. And now we'll go to the next team. So next will be Joanna from Octopus. So you can sit here, or you can go standing just until the line, and then we can hear you. So John's team, Octopus, also participate actually in the Algo hackathon, and I believe also got a place.
Does the connection working? Ah, yeah.
Yeah. Do you need internet also? Do you need internet?
No, it's actually fine.
Okay, so whenever you're ready, tell me and we can start.
So, hi everyone. Hope you still have some energy left for another pitch. I actually want to start with an introduction. So, it's the three of us, Joanna, Jack, James, all present here, all based in Berlin. And we come from very different backgrounds, business development, but we have one thing in common. We build products. And as builders, we face one common challenge, and it's related to APIs and current data economy. So if we're going to look at those challenges, what are they? First, it's 2025, but APIs are still centralized and insecure. So if API key is lost, there is no recovery mechanisms, which can result in millions being lost. Second, it's access without ownership. For example, if I'm buying API subscription for $20, $30 per month, but at the end I'm not going to use it, I cannot trade it, I cannot resell it, I cannot transfer it to anyone. And third, everyone talks about AI, but again, still, the current data economy is not ready. If I'm building something in Cursor, the agent gets blocked the moment I need to access external API. So we had many discussions as a team, and one question came out. So what if we could, or we or data providers could grant API access, simply like sending cryptos, as simple as that. And this is how our product was born. So Octopus became a platform that turns API access into liquid asset. If we look at the product itself, it's actually two-layer ecosystem, because we need to start with the infrastructure. So we need to enable data providers to turn the API access to actually permission token that is verifiable on-chain. So this is the core of what we are doing. But of course, this is not enough. What comes next is a consumer-facing layer, which is a marketplace that first allows data providers to list the data bundles they built on our platform. And then it allows consumers, so developers, in the future AI agents, to buy the data, but also resell it later on. So, okay, this is the product, but what about the market opportunity? We know it's huge. So just today, we talk about 18 billion global API management market. And this is actually just the beginning, because we know it's going to grow at least 30% over the next years, mainly due to AI and the rising importance of data. When it comes to business model, we want to make it simple. So we want to charge two types of fees. First of all, the one-time fee on the initial asset creation. And then second fee for every transaction that happens on the resale or on the trade of the data token. What about competitors? Because I know we've been asking this question. So right now, we are competing with traditional API gateways, but we all know what's emerging is actually the X402 protocol. However, we believe it's not solving everything. It's still going to make transactions easier, but it doesn't solve the issues we mentioned before. For example, data becoming an asset that you can trade or resell. That's why we strongly believe the future is actually a data access that is an asset. And with that, thank you so much. And if you have any questions, I mean, our team is here also after the event, so feel free to come by.
Thank you very much. That was a really good pitch, and we have time to spare, so we'll have more time for questions, answers, and comments.
Thank you for the presentation. For me, that was the best, best presentation. Super clear, like to all the slides, very simple, to the point. I mean, thank you for this clarity. 75.
Thank you. I really liked the pitch as well. I think it was a good presentation. I think it covered all the main topics in some detail. I think here or there it did leave some questions for me. Here's the thing for me. I honestly don't know APIs and the whole API world well enough to judge it in a mental framework where I can really assess the quality of this. But you've delivered the pitch in a simple enough and convincing manner so that I still trust and believe what you're working in, even without understanding the details. So I think one or the other point, maybe a little bit of detail might have helped me personally, but overall, great pitch. Sounds like you've understood the market you're operating in and then honed down to what exactly you want to solve. So I'll give it a 80.
Thank you.
Even I like the presentation quite a lot, and there is a market for this, and it's very much needed as you go forward. And yeah, it's anything to do with data discovery and access is always an infrastructure layer that's important. And yeah, I mean, I think I just like the structure of the presentation, how well it flew through the whole presentation. So I really liked it. Yeah, the only thing is I googled octopus.com and then it's a whole different website, and I realized it's 0 in the first. Maybe it's confusing names.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's work in progress.
maybe you could strike the 0
Yeah.
to make clear that it's a number. So yeah, thank you. I think that's going to be a expense.
Yeah, great flow. You hit like the whole checklist in terms of walking through this deck, team, market sizing, all of that. It did leave me wanting more. Like you said, I don't know enough about APIs and the data marketplace to make a good judgment here. I feel like you were hinting at a very interesting, complex problem that you have a solution for. So I would just need a little bit more to get there. So sometimes when we're working on a project, we do everything in shorthand, right? So I think you would need to flesh out a little bit more the challenge here. Explain data as an asset, as something that you can trade, that you can resell. These are all great ideas. I just don't know enough about the market. But it's definitely the direction you're going in is solid, and it seems like you have a great solution. I just think from a pitch perspective, I need to be sold it and to understand a bit more about it. So I'd give you an 80.
Thank you so much.
So thank you very much. It was a really nice presentation. And I think we can see Startup Challenge is actually working in progress. As you see, the pitch was really good and was way better than during the hackathon where you actually got a place. So I see some progress. That's great. So next we'll have a lab with Algo colors. Внутрь и снаружи. Да, это снаружи и внутрь другого. Поверни его на другую сторону. Сейчас. Зацепился? Да? Ну, да, вроде зацепился. Нормально. Okay, so whenever you're ready, tell me so we can start the count.
I'm ready.
Yeah, not Algo colors, just colors for now, because I think it's the first time we met. Let's not like rush the things. Like let's go with the flow. My name is Lap. The guy behind the laptop is Konstantin, and we want to present our project colors.
Maybe go here.
Right,
So
please.
can come here so yeah, I can see
Yeah.
you on screen.
The problem that we want to solve is that Web3 space and NFT specifically are still too complicated, too unknown, maybe enigmatic in some way for a regular person, right? Everything that you just a usual person, but not like us, heard about Web3. It could be like, I don't know, rug pulls, scams, crypto heists, stuff like that. And we want to tackle this issue by taking the core fundament of digital ownership and wrap it around something simple, something minimalistic even. So we wrapped it around the concept of a color. What we built is it's a simple app. It's a mini app integrated in Telegram. You go there. Maybe it's a time for a little demo. So you go there. You have a color palette, and yep, you choose any one you want, and then you click on the button and you mint it. That's it. On top of that, in the bundle, you also will have your custom sticker pack, emoji pack, wallpaper, stuff like that, which is gonna give you not only like now it's suddenly not only a pixel on the screen, your NFT, but something that you can really use in your daily life. That's why it becomes important for you. Yeah, that's basically the idea and our solution. Thank you so much. You can try a demo on the QR code.
Okay, thank you. Okay, short and to the point, and please.
Hey, thank you. I love the colors. It's really refreshing to see all those colors. I have a question or maybe two before we start. So I understand you got me really excited when I was like, okay, you pick a color. It's easy to understand, and you hooked me. So I said, okay, my color. Like maybe if I pick a rare one, if I pick the whitest white, is it like maybe it has more value in the you had my thoughts starting to get going. Then I was a bit disappointed when I think we went very fast across everything that happens after that. So perhaps you can explain a little more after I pick my color and I have my what happens once I have my color and my NFT.
Yes, maybe I'm sorry, I guess I skipped them a bit, but you can pick a color. You can either just slide this thing randomly and choose a random one, or you can type it here. My personal favorite part was to find some cool like patterns, of the letter. For example, like this, for example, right? Or maybe.
But then, what do I do with it? Is it like, do I?
Yeah, what do you do with it? We are integrated. As I said, this is integrated in Telegram directly.
Okay.
So with the minting, you also get a sticker pack, emoji pack, and the wallpapers. It's not fully integrated in the app yet, but this is the product. This is basically what it's gonna look like.
Okay.
Right. This will be the part of the standard emoji pack. This is just like one sticker from each of one of our team members. But you will be also able to upload your sticker, emoji, whatever you want, and it's also gonna recolor it in the color that you just minted.
Okay. I think there's potential because the starting idea is cool. I think what you should do is you probably need to create some authority or brand around that. Like, why are you the authority of color on Telegram, right? So, like, do you translate it into maybe like the dream scenario would be, for example, Telegram has a feature where you can have a circle with your color around your profile picture and nobody else can steal that anymore, right? So something that gives you credibility, right? If you have things like that you can develop around this in the future, then I think it could be a really cool gimmick, a really nice project that you can build from. Right now, good idea, but then I think it's getting a little weak. So I think there's two things you should do. The first one is maybe go back to the drawing board and just like brainstorm and think, how can we make it more credible? How can we develop it even more? How can we create a real brand around the cool idea? And then the second part is just, even if that's a little shallow and weak, just like how do we communicate it, market it, build some hype around it. So I think these two layers, what else can you actually do with what you have? And then the second part, how do you communicate it in a very exciting manner? So I'll probably give you a 25, but I would rate it higher if there was, I think there's some potential because it's a funky idea, but there's not enough there for me quite yet.
Thank you. Sorry, what is your name?
Moritz.
Moritz.
Mo. My nickname is Mo. That's easy.
Mo. Okay. Sorry. Thank you, Mo.
Yeah, thank you. I have quite the opposite view here. I think that's a ready product. I don't see any money there. Like, I have no idea how, what's the plan, how you will earn even a penny. But I clearly see that that has a, like, in my eyes, it has a huge potential and that can be used by some, maybe even millions. I mean, of the inside the Telegram. I love the simplicity. I don't see the story, like how to tell the story to the end users. But it's so simple. It's like few clicks and some customization and my unique whatever stuff that I can use inside the Telegram, and I can share, and I can send maybe some gifts with my special this unique color. So I mean I feel the idea. I don't see the story and the monetization, or yeah. So, but yeah, for me it's 80, I think.
Thank you so much.
I mean, the feedback was already given. I'm going to consolidate both of them and then just add a little bit of my own thought on top of it. I mean, you didn't mention any monetization part, and that's okay. That's how most of the NFT collections began. But you can still identify, because you're already in Telegram, you're already giving out people something that they can own. Like, you can create a little bit of a movement where, if a lot of people like the same color, just create a group for them, make them be a part of community. They can order the merch from the same color, and then create a lot of monetization angle within that group in the Telegram itself, because Telegram is so flexible. It gives you a lot of opportunities to create e-commerce and also communities. So ultimately, if you're building something without monetization, try to create a community for it, and then the community will eventually figure out a way to monetize it, ideally, in an ideal scenario. Otherwise, also have a both community plus monetization angle. And I think because you're connecting them based on the colors, the easiest monetization angle would be merchandise, or having an e-commerce option within the community for all the same colors. That could be a conversion at the end, but I think highly depends on how you storytell and get people onboarded into your into your bot in Telegram. But yeah, the pitch deck was great. You could expand it a little bit more for your go-to-market. I'm gonna give it 40.
Thank you.
So I think it's a fun idea. I'm not sure it's a business. I think it's a feature. And so I think you might want to look for partners who could really, build this into their product and as an extra kind of fun add-on. I wonder, are people asking for this? And you have to make the case of why this is needed. I do like the idea of being able to customize your own color and then use it across all, like everyone's a content creator now, right?
Yes.
Everyone's creating their own brand. So I want my color and I want it in my color palette. Maybe it's a couple, so you could have 3 or 4 colors. And then I want to use that. And so you want ready-made templates on my Telegram, my TikTok, my LinkedIn. So give people like the easy way to build this and show them how they can actually extend it across their own brand. You'll run into maybe some copyright issues. There are brands that actually copyright their colors, like Tiffany, the jewelry, right? Yeah. So
we do not know that.
yeah.
Okay.
So be careful about that. I'd also be careful, like Pantone. Actually, I think also does a lot about colors and numbers, and I don't know that they have necessarily copyrights on them. But so look into some other people who are doing this and make sure you're narrowing yourself so you're finding a market opportunity around that. But it's a fun idea, and I do content creation and content creators is such a growing market, and there's so much money there that I think there's a fit for you somewhere in there. But I think you're not a standalone. You want to partner with someone to make it bigger and to grow. So,
Thank you so much.
I'd give you a 25, but you can go further.
Sure.
By the way, you can start from gifting to the brands their color.
And you're probably the reason why I'm going to start making a ton wallet now, because I kind of want to get a color. So it's working. Like the simplicity of it works. It hooks people. You just need to somehow get it to like CryptoPunk legendary status, right? Because it's like it's like pixel images, and yet they have 100 million market cap. Like, how did that happen? So I think you have some hook, some story there, but now it's like, how does it get there? Maybe it gets there. That's why I want to mint my color.
Sure. Yeah, I'm sorry that you had to create on wallet.
Yeah, by the way, I think that the first step can be to send the colors as a gift to the brands to make a buzz. Like, hey, Tiffany, that's your color. Now it's like you're officially on ton.
Thank you very much. Thanks. That was a short and nice presentation. So next we have the global forecasting system, Mikhailo Kapustin. So please. Here we go. So here you need to be mic'd up. One part goes inside, the other outside, magnet.
1, 2, 3. Good.
Yeah, we can hear you, and just don't cross over the slides so we can see you on camera. And whenever you're ready, tell me so we can start.
Let's go. My name is Mikhailo Kapustin. I'm a co-founder and CTO of Advanced Scientific Research Projects. And we are doing researches about dreams, lucid dreams, dreams content. And today I'm here to present a model that is based on our recent research on forecasting social, geopolitical, and economic events using dream contents. So if we think about forecasting as some specific skill that is dedicated to some persons who are training, who have special skills, I need to say no, because if we think about forecasting as a mechanism of humans, of animals, it's like one of the most important skills for surviving, because you're planning your next move. And yeah, so So yeah, again, I wanted to say that predicting, forecasting, it's not reserved skills for special people. It's a survival mechanism that was evolving for many long years. And during the day, we are gaining a lot of different information from different events and data streams like news, conversations, nature, environment around you. And then you're going to sleep. Your processor that was evolving for really long, many years, is processing this information and giving you signals. And if we think about subconsciousness and dreams as a super powerful computing machine, the biggest question is how we can use it, how we can connect to it. What is our interface and API to this machine? And you have different solutions to solve this problem. For example, in Kazakhstan, they have animals that are they are filming these animals. They detect anomaly behavior around these animals, but it's not like only one solution, filming people, and also you can put special devices that are capturing different biological processes. But for us, we are using dreams. So we have a specific laboratories around the world of people sleeping and collecting their dreams. And then we are building a model that transcribes their dreams in real events or early appearing trends. For example, people are sleeping and seeing that they are going in the garden, they seeing blueberry, this blueberry is growing, they are eating this blueberry. And then we have our model that that detects that a lot of people today saw blueberry in their dream, and this blueberry was growing, we were eating it. And we find that there is such existing public company named Blueberry. And we start to collect news around this company, like do they have any good news? Are they growing really? Do they have early appearing trends that they will grow and appear? And basically, we were writing dreams, a lot of dreams. We were speaking about them. We were analyzing stock. Then we were buying stocks. And these stocks were really growing like 100, 200%. Yeah, and I have presentation here. Maybe I'll run it, but it's quite low sound. So speaking about economic, yeah, we also have two economic publications. First one is Funding Fundamental Science of Research based on Blockchain Technologies, Bunching to Market. And the second one is Technological Transformation. So you can definitely read it by your own and read research on forecasting of social and geopolitical events. Yeah. And speaking about team, it's Valeria Овсянникова, Mikhail Kapustin, Andrei Korelyuk, Kirill Zmienko, Alexander Grimyko, Denis Banchenko, and me. Yeah, and so we are doing social forecasting. Social forecasting means, for example, we have real predictions here that were collected during yeah, let's just give an example. So back in 2018, there were already war going inside of Ukraine, but not full invasion, etc. And we were collecting a lot of dreams from both sides, from Ukraine and from Russia. And back in the days in 2018, we saw a really big amount of people dreaming about that full war invasion is going inside of Ukraine, like tanks going inside country, etc. And we have really a lot of interesting examples here. Like we also saw like so also in Ukraine we have specific factory that produces nuclear power, and it was destroyed, and we saw it much more earlier that really happened. And if we speak also about like B2B, B2C, B2G markets, we are trending to. For B2C, imagine yourself, you're married, you have like wife or cheating. It's like a real example-based day. So sometimes we have couple, they're not going good together, and wife, for example, starts to see that my man is cheating or something going. So we help to transpile like your unconsciousness signal into real message. For B2B, we help to understand atmosphere inside of your company by analyzing dreams, if somebody is going to steal technologies or sell it, etc. For B2G is to predict like battlefields, what is going on inside battlefield. And yes, thank you.
So thank you very much for your presentation.
This is a tricky one. Who wants to start? All right, I'm going to dive in. Okay. All right, I'm going to give you a 25 just for the uniqueness of your idea. Challenges are, okay, you showed us some faces on the team. I don't know what they do or their experience, so I need to know which of you folks have like background in, science, data analysis. the flow is hard to follow. I don't know who's going to buy this or use this. How is this connected to prediction markets? It could be. What I will say here is there is a gem that I just think you need to uncover. So I was at a conference like 10 years ago that I think was Meltwater was presenting. And they were doing very early social media analysis and pattern recognition, like really, really fast. And they were saying 3 people have taken a picture of an oil refinery that's on fire. They were giving this information to major traders, to the Bloomberg terminals, and they could use that to really quickly get ahead of the markets. So if you were able to partner with someone like that and add in your dream sentiment analysis, that could be interesting. It's another, all of these are now, social media analytics. Everyone's looking for, for trading information, for alpha, for crypto. So I think you would need to take this and refine it. I'm also wondering how you're collecting this, privacy issues. So I think you need to kind of go through the flow of the challenge here, how you're going to solve it, how you're going to get around user, collection of the data, scanning the data for accuracy, for any types of bias, that type of thing. But it's a very unique idea, so good start.
Thank you.
Very transcendental, emerging field, connecting the mind and neuro connection to the real world. I think it's an emerging field. But I do think we're quite early in that stage for consumer adoption. While it could be happening in very unique situations right now in terms of the research, the adoption might be very far away and might be a little difficult in Europe.
In Europe.
Yeah, because of the privacy laws, right?
So US and Kazakhstan, we are based
Yeah,
there.
US, anything US.
Yeah.
They don't protect data.
So, it highly depends because it's a very, it's not like a product, right? It's like a service that you're offering. You're selling a service to a company, to someone, because you literally have to be on the ground to perform this whole mechanism. So, is it scalable? No, it's limited by how big is your team and what you can do. But you can charge huge amounts for the small team. Yeah, that's where your scalability lies. Just keep increasing the price every time someone says yes to it for the next one. And but I think it's a very narrow, focused market. You have to do a lot of account-based marketing, trying to identify which companies are okay with doing it, and then how you can reach out to them. I'd give it a 40.
Could you repeat what?
I'm going to give it a 40.
Oh,
yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
I like Europe.
Yeah, so difficult one for me. In terms of the presentation, the team, the pitch, just the aesthetics of it, I think it was decent. It was okay. I think I would agree to most of the feedback. It wasn't. I understood roughly what you're doing, but it was lacking some structure for me. I was sometimes not sure: is this a real picture or is this from a movie? Or so, what is real and what is like on the roadmap? What I will say is that I think, in terms of your positioning, at some point I was like, okay, this is like crazy stuff. Move on, and then I was like, okay, but now you're saying something that is like actually making sense. So I think for me, it's a fine line between saying we're going to predict the future by looking at people's sleep, which most people are going to probably frown upon, except for a very small majority of people, but I'm not sure if they're your dream customers. And then on the other hand, there's the aspect of it for me, which is not about like predicting the future, but it's more like a mix, like at the intersection of science and spirituality, but still where it's based on logic, and maybe you're more like analyzing and interpreting and taking like maybe a neuropsychological approach. So you can frame it not as a crazy thing, but like a science-backed spiritual approach, right? And I think if you're somehow able to double down on that on that angle, I think you're onto something. I think then you can definitely find audiences that are really interested in this. I don't know who exactly the audience is going to be. I'm not sure if it's like a tech blockchain audience or if it's more like a large audience of people that maybe lean a little bit more on the spiritual side. So I think there's still maybe some work to do on what the perfect like product market fit is and who your perfect target audience is. So overall, I think the idea is fascinating and strong. I think the pitch itself, especially the monetization and the product market fit and understanding where you are and where your roadmap is going to be, wasn't as strong. So I'm leaning towards a 35, 40. I'll go with 40.
Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation and for cool science here. I will go with 40. For me, sounds interesting, and I have no idea how to sell that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, I still remember crypto witches from our last cycle, so who knows? And we have the last team pitching. So it is, we have proof of social capital by Ivan. So Ivan, you're here, perfect. So I'll pin you. So last but not least, whenever you're ready, please tell us. We can't hear you, by the way. Yeah, we don't have your audio, just so you know.
How about now?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Okay, I will just share you the correct screen. Sorry, because I have multiples. This one.
Sure, take your time.
Okay, we are ready.
Perfect. Please go.
Okay, so go ahead.
Oh, sorry, just a second. We have you somehow off the screen. Just a sec. Let me connect my computer.
Can you see our screen?
Just a second, yes, just a second. I'm connecting
Okay.
back to screen. Got
No
disconnected
problem.
for a sec. Just a second. Okay, perfect. Okay, perfect. Almost there. Yeah, now we have you.
Cool, thank you. We are from Brno University of Technology. I'm associate professor here, and here is my student Juraj Mariani, and this is our joint work. Also, there are other two students working on some extension of the work, and actually the name is Proof of Social Capital, a privacy preserving consensus protocol, which replaces the stake for a social capital. So it's something that is oriented on a consensus layer, not the application layer, but still we would like to present it. And the problem and motivation for this work are that actually proof of work and proof of resource, proof of stake rely on scarce resources like computational financial resources, which might be expensive for many participation, and also it limits the barrier, like entry barrier. So we want to embed the social capital as a concept that will fill or replace the stake and secure the consensus protocol. So our goal is to onboard more users and make the participation more democratic, because many proof of stake protocol require very high amount of stake to be staked, and not so many people can really have it. And as we look on existing approaches or related work, we see that, for example, proof of work has like high energy consumption or computational barriers to enter, so people need to join in a mining pool. And the same actually happens in proof of stake, where the people are joining to staking pools, which impact negatively decentralizations. And that's why we wanted to apply the social capital, which builds on the trust and reputation of Web2 world, which has already proven to have some impact. And actually, there was no implicit monetization of the social capital on any Web2 platforms. So that's why we can see a lot of videos on Instagram, somebody propagating whatever products and trying to get some side money. And we wanted to actually embed the cash flow by monetizing the social capital. So the users who are the content creators can earn money implicitly by the platform by creating the blogs and getting like more followers. So that's why we have two types of roles in our system, like content creators, which are the consensus nodes creating blogs, and followers who assign the social capital to the content creators. And we want to achieve some rules which are related to the consensus protocol. I will not go deeper into that. And what are the problems related to the solutions that we need to preserve the uniqueness per person? So no one user or follower can have multiple accounts, so he cannot endorse multiple users, and like it has to be the skill resistant. And also we want to avoid the monopolies in the system. So that's why we are using the ZK Start with the verifiable credentials to enroll the users into the system and verify actually that the user is unique within the blockchain system. And that's how he can assign the social capital, passive social capital, to any content creator. And we are actually using some randomized verifiable credentials that should ensure like uniqueness of the users. And for the social capital, we have a passive social capital, which is defined as granted to the followers upon the identity verification and uniqueness check. And they can actually assign this passive social capital to the content creators. At this moment, it becomes the active social capital. And these active social capital still have one problem, that there can be monopolies. Some entity can be just too big for others, and it can just rule the system. That's why we apply the scaling functions to get the effective social capital. This one is used for the consensus protocol to select the leaders who create the block. So distribution of social capital is made by a meta transaction that are actually funded by content creators, because it is in their interest to get social capital, passive social capital from the users. And there is also an incentive of creators and users. So if you look on a protocol, it's very similar to Ethereum proof of stake which we have now. You create the blocks, just the leader of the blocks is sampled from the table of the effective social capital. And here you can see that the users assign the passive social capital to the content creators, and content creators just, it is scaled by the scaling function, and it's used for the selection of the user. So this is the idea. And we also have the other side of the solution where content creators can be rewarded by reading some targeted content. And the form of reward does not necessarily need to be financial in terms of the crypto token of this blockchain, but it can be even unlocking exclusive content, which we see as more suitable from the game theory of view. And as for the security analysis, we made some deeper security analysis where we analyzed how we achieve the proof of uniqueness and guarantees on the identity, and also avoiding the monopolization of the data. And this project is actually in the DR3, so we have a proof of concept both in the laboratory. We made a couple of experiments, and we designed, this is our paper, and we actually made a proof of concept implementation algorithm on the GitHub. Of course, not the full consensus implemented because it's expected to be taken from the Ethereum. And what we actually see here, that after applying the scaling function, the Gini coefficient of the social capital, which actually reflects the inequality of the wealth distribution among the population, changes or improves much better after this application.
Ivan, I'm sorry, we're a little bit out of time. Thank you very much for the presentation, and we have a bit of still time left for a Q&A.
Thank you for the presentation. It's a good idea, and I think the presentation could be more, non-technical for the crowd. But I just have some questions on the social capital point. How do you ensure people are not, attacking the network? Because in a typical POS, right, there is a skin in the game for the users because the validators put in their money as a stake, and they had to come back with at least 66% honest members. Until then, so if they make a mistake, they're going to lose the money. So that's their biggest risk of being an honest node. And when you come to the social capital, time and again we've seen people are okay losing the social capital but not real capital. So how do you ensure it's still, people are still honest when you go ahead with social capital?
Yeah, okay. Thank you for the question. Actually, it is in the interest of the content creators to have like a positive impact on the society, and they don't want to destroy their social capital, and they want to keep its value. So because they are getting the money, earning the money from creating the blog. So this is an intuition to answering your second question. Was it enough, or you want to hear something else?
No, I think I mean, in this case, if you're only talking about content creators, it's only good for social fi platforms, right? It's not. It's not a, the proof of social capital is only good for social platforms where there are content creators, like any social fi. When you come to a typical DeFi platform, it might not be of the highest priority there. Is it right?
I'm not sure whether I understand the question. Sorry.
Yeah, the question I was asking was, you mentioned that it's in the interest of the content creator to be an honest node because he's making money by the social capital that he has, which is his followers. But if you look at a typical blockchain, um, what you built might be good for social fi solutions, or social, blockchains focused on creating social apps like YouTube, Farcaster. But if you are looking for blockchains that are focused on DeFi or a general purpose blockchain, it's typically not the content creator who's running the node. And even if content creator is running the node, I mean, if the node runner's capital is not dependent on his followers. So there is a difference between the motivations of the node runner and the content creator in such cases. I can't hear you. Ivan, I think you're muted.
Yeah, we lost your sound, Ivan. We don't hear you.
We don't hear you.
We can't hear you.
How about now?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, sorry. We understand your.
We lost you again. It was working just a few seconds back. It's all right.
Now?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, we understand your point or your concern, what you said, but the difference is that actually the applications that you mentioned works on the application layer, like Farcaster and the others. And we are saying that we want to shift to the consensus layer. So actually, there is a requirement for content creators to run a full node to maintain the blockchain and create the block. But the reward is earning the money for their social capital. So
yeah.
Yeah.
So it's only for.
true that
So it's only good for social apps.
it's not for a social app. This is something like a.
Yeah, this is. I mean, it's the infrastructure is only good for a social app where content creators are following. If it's another app where there are no content creators, it's not the right blockchain for such apps, right?
Yeah, this is actually like a basis for
Oh yeah.
the social that can be everywhere.
Yeah.
And we expect them to be decentralized as well. But the monetization flow could be in the consensus layer.
Got it. Yeah. No, of course.
Protocol.
Yeah. I think. Yeah. That's one thing you need to focus on is your solution is perfect for social apps, any social fi built on blockchain. But for other apps, there is no clear, you know, coincidence between node rewards, node runners, rewards, and the social content creators rewards. So
yes, it can be, maybe it can be embedded into the rewards to the users, like the access to other social app, or possibly some NFTs or other tokens that can be transferred to other apps, not necessarily social apps. I mean, so like indirectly, but not directly. Directly is intended for manifesting the social capital in terms of following or reading the content of the content creators.
yeah,
So
I,
yeah, this is something like
I wouldn't waste time on other, because now you need to really be focused when you're building this. So I would only focus on social apps, because there is a clear correlation between node runners and the social capital here. But for other blockchains, I mean, there is a reason why they want people to stake financial capital, because it's more DeFi focused blockchains. But yeah, but I think I like the idea. The presentation could be more less technical and more focused on the actual problem that you're solving, so that people understand a little better, and you can set up a better context. So it's a good product. I would give it a 60. Just yeah, thank you.
Yep. I would also go with 60. I would like to see a little bit more at the beginning of the deck, more narrative, very specific on what you can do for content creators. I like that you're trying to solve for a more decentralized approach. I do think that proof of stake is heavily weighted towards the wealthy, right? The people who have the coin, who build their obviously build their own reputation. And it actually ends up, knocking out, it happens on every chain. You've got the core folks who are making a lot of the decisions, and that's antithesis of blockchain and governance. So I like those ideas and that you're trying to solve for that. I like that you're working on bringing in things like ZK into this and identity, which are all great elements that could be used really well for this. I just need to see a little bit more of like, take me through exactly how it's going to be used, who's going to use it, in what way. And then certainly you have the technical chops here, and you've got the data, and the more deep tech saved to the end is a little bit overwhelming, because I don't have a good sense yet. A little bit more solid foundation of what you're building, and then of course all the back end, kind of what's under the hood. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for feedback.
Thank you for the presentation. I think for a technical person, it probably would have been exactly the right level of detail. For your average investor or pitch, I think, yes, it was a bit too technical, too early. Even the first slide of the deck, I think, for just a hello slide, it had a lot of, information, for names, dates, etc., etc. But on a technical level, from what I understand, and I'm not an expert enough to understand the full technical details and ask exactly the right questions, but I do think you're onto if you're able to practically roll this out without running into major roadblocks, I think this could be very useful. And maybe it's also the right approach to not narrow it down too much in a certain way. I do appreciate, let's say, the relevance of finding such a mechanism. And I'm thinking of it also in terms of, how content, there's real content, there's fake content. Content is becoming a commodity, and proof of authenticity is going to be even more relevant in the future. And sometimes it might be hard to prove that. And in my brain, again, without going into all the technical details, I could also foresee a very viable solution where, for example, you have news, you don't know if it's true, but the fastest way to get a degree of accuracy is to get a social capital staked on this, basically. And even if it's not just one person, like, okay, if you have a big content creator, they have a lot of social capital to use, but maybe you can also vouch with your own social capital for other content because you believe in it, right? So without understanding everywhere this could go, I think it's a very strong foundation that could go in many useful directions. Overall, I'll give it a 70.
Thank you.
Oh, for me, it's extremely hard to judge, and I will just follow my colleagues. Yeah, and though it's not a B2C product, not a user-ready product, and then it's okay. That's hardcore, deep stuff, not ready for the end customer in like common understanding. So I will go with the 70 as well.
So thank you for the presentation. I think actually we're always judging sometimes content by people who repost it already. Maybe there'd be a better way if it could be slashed actually that social capital if they repost some bullshit. But so thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you. So that was the last of our pictures. So I would like give you like just the last maybe moment, just to say maybe something about what you thought about the level of competitors. What can you kind of like give any pointers in general? What stood out for you? If you have any closing remarks to our jury.
Sorry, I didn't capture.
No, I'm just saying thank you, Ivan, for participating. We're just like asking the jury to give some maybe closing remarks on kind of what was said and what the pitches were. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I mean, the only closing remarks were, if we were a little too rough on you guys, don't take it personally. And if we gave too less of a mark, it doesn't mean anything. It's just an improving feedback. And, you're here for it. So we did give you the honest feedback. And I hope you'll only take it with a pinch of salt. And I mean, psychologically, but actually put it in action and try to improve your product. Because we do want you to build better products and not waste your time later on when you're actually going for the market and trying to onboard users. So I hope we had a lot of great judges, Moritz, Jana, and Christine, with a lot of experience, and I think that their feedback was really interesting for you guys to consider and adopt into your product, and think about it, implement it, and then grow. So, but all the presentations I've seen, they're all really nice. I know you guys have been working really hard. So, congratulations on that, and keep building. If you have anything to say. Okay, all right.
Just really quickly, thank you everyone. I really enjoyed this. This was fun. I actually enjoyed it, looking at all the ideas and everything. Also, at least for my part of the feedback, if anything you think I said didn't make sense, don't take it personally, because you know your product better than I do. But yes, at the end of the day, great to have had you here and great to see what you're building, and good luck, and yeah, just keep going.
And please, guys, keep it simple.
Very useful feedback.
Yeah, as we were saying, we might be tough on you, but better us to be tough on you than VCs. We want you to get to the next level. And thank you, everyone, for the work that you put in today, that you all showed up. You worked really hard to get your message across. And again, just keep building. Each of these is a real learning opportunity, and you should feel really free to reach out to any of us with more questions, more feedback. You're welcome to come to us with the next version of your deck, the next pitch you have. So please, stay in touch. We really enjoyed seeing the range of projects today.
Yeah, and we have startup challenges, so I think some of you will be participating in the pitch competition. Otherwise, do check it out. We have an accelerator opening up next year again in March, and we'd love to see some of the projects that are pitching today actually grow and apply for the accelerator, guys. Thank you.
So thank you very much. I would like just to say thank you for Valgrant Foundation for for co-hosting this event, making it possible. I mean, that was not the first event which actually we made together. There was Valgrant Hackathon. There were several workshops. And I think, and the startup challenges, of course, which was a big effort from the Algorand side. And I think next year we are working hard to have like an Algorand community based here in Berlin, which would be kind of have regular meetups. Apart from the regular hackathons, we're planning at least, I think, at least around 2 major hackathons. and quite a lot of smaller events. So there's quite a lot of support coming to the builders, and I think that's fine. But nobody scored 100. If you score 100, probably you have already raised money and you didn't need to be in this event. So thanks all for participating, and we hope to kind of together build a really strong community who are also building Algorand. Thank you.